get ready to start my flight. Flight checklist. Click on buttons, knobs, levers, and switches. Flying these planes is my everyday riches. A PMG 777, ready for another flight. When things get rough, baby, hold on tight. If you wanna catch the flight, come to lounge and be John. Right here on TikTok, in the lounge where we never go wrong. PMD 737, ready for another flight. When things get rough, baby, hold on tight. Come and fly with me. I got the best AI, even if I just can't see.
Alright, my friends, we are back again, but we're going to talk here for a minute before we take off. I just want to go over a few things that I think is important to know. Alright, there we go. Let me... bear with me for 1 second here. We're gonna go here real quick. I gotta get the chat pulled up. Alright, so we'll open this, that way chat is there. Alright, let's see. I'm just going to put welcome here. Kathy, hello. Alright, let me send a message to someone here real quick. Tell Brandon Armstrong I am live on YouTube and TikTok.
Sending to
Send. Okay, so we are live, and this airplane that we're actually going to be taking off, now we're already all set up. We've got everything.
Peyton Herrick, hello.
We got everything that we need set up here. Everything's been set up, we're good to go. But I'm going to talk about some stuff that some that might fly the free stuff compared to the payware stuff. There needs to be understanding to that, because it's totally different. Number one, in the free stuff, you don't have to set up everything like you do in the payware. So for example, when you set up this 777F, any of the 777s, okay, it can be the 300, it could be the F, it could be the 200 that they're going to be coming out with. It could be any of those, okay. Number one, you don't set up your leg page. You don't have to do that, which means you don't got to mess with speeds. You don't got to mess with
Brandon
the altitudes.
Armstrong.
It does it.
Oh, good.
Automatically.
You got it up off the ground.
So, well, we're at takeoff. We've not released the brakes to go yet. So if you're flying the free stuff, you're not going to have the same experience as if you're flying the payware stuff. It's totally different. 2020 to P3D, totally different. It's not going to be the same comparison. So you might see someone on 2020 doing settings that you know nothing about and that you don't have to do. So, you know, with that said, if you're flying the free stuff, just keep that in mind, that it is This is a totally different ballpark right here. 777, much larger airplane, so even the simple little stuff of taking off, you know, there's a whole lot to this airplane, and this airplane demands to be treated with care and respect, because if you don't, this airplane will fail you. I guarantee it. It will fail you. I would say from cold and dark to the point where you're ready to go, you're looking at least 45 minutes to an hour to get set up. When I do fly these, I'm not going to put you guys through that whole cold and dark process. When I get it set up, then I go live. That way you guys aren't sitting there looking at a dead cockpit. Nothing happening while I'm going through everything, because there might be things that I run into. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, and we're all set. Brandon, we're set up. So, trying to think here. There is a video that for anyone that does flight simming or any of that stuff, I would recommend watching this guy. He's really good. Let me find, I'm going to give you guys, first I'm going to put the link here. Hold on, it put the wrong thing there. Hold on a minute. Where'd it go? Give me 1 second. Here it is. Alright, there's a link for you. Now that link, that is the video that it's about a 4-hour video, so if you're going to watch it, dedicate some time to it, because it starts at cold and dark and takes you all the way through setting it up, doing the flight, landing, shutting down, whole caboodle. But yeah, if you guys are on P3D, you have no idea the difference on what you got to do in this airplane. So I would recommend that if you're going to ever update to 2020, you better be prepared to learn this in a different way, because using FS Tramp and flying the 777, yeah, don't talk to me about how it needs to be set up, because I'm telling you, you'll have no idea what you're talking about. It's totally different. 2020, I mean, they mocked this thing right down to a T, to making it just like the real thing. Especially the setup process. You're not going to get cut.
Brandon Armstrong.
Shortcuts.
2020 and P3D are the difference between night and day.
Now don't get me wrong, P3D is still a good simulator. There's a lot of good airplanes, but FS Tramp doesn't do half of what needs to be done in order for you to fly this plane right here. I can tell you that. So, with that said, there's a lot of things that are not fully done in like TFM. I'm not dogging TFM. I'm saying that there's just stuff that TFM's not going to allow me to do. So I'm going to have to go to voice command on takeoff. I'm going to leave it on voice command. I'm not going to talk for the first few minutes, just because I want to make sure that we get up in the air okay. I can't even adjust my trim. So that's going to be an interesting pullback on the yoke and see what happens. We will be going back to the 737 probably on our next flight, because I don't want to do this every single flight that I do. But probably the next flight will be in the 7-3. But we'll see. Never know. I might end up deciding, you know what, let's do another one. I might even decide, you know what, let's go live and I'll go through with them. Once I'm comfortable with going through the setup, then I'll be live with you guys while I'm doing it, because then I don't mind. But right now, just, you know, coming back in, because I used to fly the 777 in P3D, by the way, and there definitely are differences that you don't have to deal with. The thing in P3D with the 777 is you got the ACARS that connects and does some stuff for you as well. So remember that too. 2020 ACARS is not, there's no ACARS. Okay? Got to do it all yourself. From start to finish, you got to do it all. The speeds, the weights, the flaps, everything. So, anyways, let's see what happens. I'm turning off trim. Actually, hold on a minute. Here we go.
Airspeed's low.
Thrust set. Checked. Speed alive. Checked.
80 knots.
80 knots. Checked. B1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gear up. Flaps 1. 400 feet. Autopilot. Flaps 1. Acceleration altitude.
There you have it. Not a bad takeoff for my first go.
Flaps up. Flaps up.
We're flying, folks.
Brandon Armstrong. That was a really nice takeoff.
Yeah, we're good. Did you guys hear it say VNAV on and LNAV? I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah, it's following the waypoints. We've got a 3,000 altitude here out of Indiana. So we're stuck at 3,000 for about another 15 miles. Nothing I can do about it. Got 13 miles until we can speed up. Oh my gosh.
Brandon Armstrong. Yeah, I heard it say autopilot and I believe it also said the NAV.
Yeah, VNAV and LNAV, yeah. I think it did. The only way I can change speeds is by using
Peyton Herrick.
first officer.
The engine noises are nice.
Yeah, they're much better in 2020 than P3D, but yeah, they are. And just a note to anyone flying on our airline, I want to make an announcement. And I'm just going to do it while I'm live. When you set up a flight, make sure you do it. Don't set it up and leave planes in hangars. I say that to everyone. This is not me singling somebody. Anyone that flies. You assign a flight, please do it. Because I have virtual pilots that are ready to fly all the time. So you got to do the flights when you set them up. Well, not only that, but it'll cancel your flight out. The way I've got the settings adjusted, your flight will get canceled if you've not taken off within a few hours. Your flight's canceled. So just keep that in mind.
Brandon Armstrong. I'm guessing Say Intentions isn't running.
No, I wanted to... I'm going to start up Say Intentions in a minute and just use it without a mission. I wanted to make sure everything was good, Brandon. I didn't want to...
Brandon Armstrong. Definitely. Please do your flights if you assign them.
I didn't want to add to things that I needed to do. Now, technically, I can go ahead and activate... I'll show you guys. Let's go ahead and activate Say Intentions and I'll show you. Well, there's updates for it. I'm installing an update and then we'll load Say Intentions and then I'll just have it request the IFR and it'll pick up right there with me.
Peyton Herrick. Sim brief didn't have EGGL in the database, otherwise I would have done the flight. The CDU wouldn't let me put Eglin either.
Now, SimBrief, you might need to adjust some things, but SimBrief will have the correct flight plan, Peyton. You just might have to make adjustments. But remember, when you set up a flight, it does cost the airline when you don't do it. You got to keep that in mind. Alright, hold on 1 second, guys. Alright, now our airplane's climbing more. As you can tell, it's sped up. But we're still under 10,000, so it's not going to go above 250 knots. Let me do something real quick here.
Flow completed. After takeoff
Brandon
checklist.
Armstrong.
Landing gear.
Sim Brief
Oh,
does have that airport
flaps.
Peyton. Please do your
Oh,
flights if you assign
after
them in
takeoff
all
checklist
seriousness.
Yep, even if you got to reach out and ask for help, but alright, we're going to do that for a minute.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Dear guests, we have just climbed above a safe altitude, and I am pleased to inform
Ignore
you
that. That's
this
me
electronic
trying to
device
adjust my
is now
settings
allowed.
here. Hold on.
Additionally, our onboard Wi-Fi service is available for you to connect. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your flight.
It should be our co-pilot now. Let me see. Test. Whatever this update was, did it honestly kill all my buttons? I believe it did. Yeah, something's going on with say intentions. So I'm glad to kill that program. Hold on a minute. It might be because it's a different airplane. Oh, I know it is. Yep, it is. I bet I gotta set up buttons for this aircraft like I did the other one. I bet you. So no say intention this round, guys. I apologize, but I wanted to do this flight to make sure things went smooth. We're climbing at 3,058 feet a minute. 319 knots. But as you can tell, I treated this aircraft the proper way this time, and look how well it's flying. So look on the outside of this, guys. Look how big it is. It's massive. Look at that.
Transition altitude. Checked.
This is a ginormous airplane. welcome everybody on TikTok. Thank you guys. I know I've been away for a few days. Tried to do some streams, but let me just give another little piece of advice. When somebody is doing something, especially if it's new, don't sit back and correct that person when they're trying to do stuff, because that will only cause some negativity between you and that person. Especially if you fly something different, don't give advice on something that you've not flown. And that's to anybody, right? Not to one person, to anybody. It's always different. So just keep that in mind. I don't think the airplane sounds bad, but I think it could sound better. I think that it would be nice to see the same company come out with a sound pack for this airplane, because I think it
Brandon Armstrong,
could definitely,
especially if you haven't even flown the plane.
it could definitely use like a updated sound pack, I believe. It don't sound bad, but let's just face it. I am normally a 737 pilot, and I'm spoiled with all the great abilities that that I have, the good sound pack, all that stuff. I do like this airplane, but she won't be our everyday airplane, I can tell you that. Now, if I got to get a oceanic done due to maybe a pilot was sick or they had trouble with their flight or whatever, then yeah, we'll come in, we'll use this, or I'll put Brandon behind the controls to do it after he learns it. Brandon, he'll be starting out in the 737 with me. That way I can give him the proper training. That way when he does come to this one, he'll be ready. Definitely don't start out in a triple. Start out in the 737, honestly. Especially if you go from P3D to 2020. Don't think because, oh, well, I flew the 777 in P3D, I can fly. Don't do that, because it's different. This flight, guys, is not a super long flight. It's Indianapolis down to Miami, but it'll give me a good idea of how well this thing does.
Brandon Armstrong. Once I learned the 777, I'll be more than happy to do an oceanic for a fill-in for a pilot.
What's going to be I'm going to be interested in seeing how well it does on the approach. Because I know I will have to use the voice command to set speeds and to set flaps. I don't remember if Josh had the flow file where it did the flaps itself, but to be safe, we'll just we'll see what happens. But I think it'll even go to approach on its own, I believe. We'll find out. I wonder what our weather is going to be in Miami. Wind is 276 at 72 knots. Brandon, look and see what the weather is in Miami, will you? Oh, this isn't even giving me descent time for descent, like when I do right bracket. Maybe that feature's not in there yet. I don't know. It gives me the total time, hour and 17 minutes. But it does not give me time for...
Brandon Armstrong. You got some broken clouds and wind is variable at 4 in Miami.
It doesn't give me the time for descent like the 7.3 does. Alright, good deal, Brandon. We're at 32,000 feet. Cruise altitude is at 35. I mean, this thing is just trucking right along. Like, no wind issues, nothing. It's just cruising right along. Thing pretty much flies itself, you guys. That's why, let me just say this too. That's why it's important that your leg page is fully filled in. You don't go in there and just put whatever speed you think and whatever altitude you think and, you know, everything be good. We're at 34,000 feet. But we are on our way. I don't know what the visuals look like 100%, but alright, we're following our waypoints. I'm looking at, like, for example, some of this stuff like altitude. Right now with this version, the free version TFM, it don't show you. Like VNav, you can't go by any of that, so don't use those features in TFM thinking that it's giving you the right info. You need to make sure you got everything set up on the ground. The one thing that I can go by is I can look at my leg page, and know that I'm at 173 degrees, 67 miles to go for that waypoint. This is one big airplane, let me tell you. I wish there was a way to go and show you like the inside of the cargo bay, but I guess you got to set up hotkeys for it or something. I don't know. Actually, let me see something. Be my eyes. Let's see what it says at this view right here. Wow, it told me would be my eyes in the picture. Even says flying at an altitude of 35,000 feet with a clear blue sky of a landscape outside the windows. Distance of 752 miles. It told me the time, everything.
Traffic.
Hour and 18 minutes. I don't know what to tell traffic. They better get out of the way because I've got...
Climb.
We're not climbing. We're at cruise altitude. So they better be getting out of the way, huh? All right, let's see. You guys know, did it actually do the checklist for after takeoff? I believe it did.
Brandon Armstrong. Yes, it did.
Kim in Arizona joined us. Welcome, Kim from Arizona. It's another state I always wanted to go to. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful state, Arizona.
Brandon Armstrong. You definitely would not want to go to Arizona during the summer, too hot and too many snakes.
Yeah, you know, but if you think about it, no matter where you go, you got something that can be something to worry about. Like, you know, Indiana, we got spiders, right? All kinds of spiders. Some that are deadly, you know. You go to California, you got earthquakes. You go to Florida, you got hurricanes. You go to Indiana, you got tornadoes. So, you know, it's just part of it, I guess. Maybe we should send Brandon a snake for Christmas. Speaking of Brandon, he's got a pot roast cooking right now, you guys. Let me get you his address. Hold on a minute. Brandon is located at
Brandon Armstrong.
such and such address.
This is true. We've got scorpions here.
Oh gosh. So if anybody wants to go to Brandon for pot roast, just message me and I'll give you his address, and we can go and invade his kitchen. He won't mind, as long as you leave him a bite or two. Oh. Guys, I'll be honest about something right now. I like this airplane, but it does too much for me.
Peyton Herrick. We moved because of Hurricane Milton. Send me a snake for Christmas, LOL.
Like, I'm used to doing stuff during the flight, right? This thing won't let me. It's like I'm a passenger. Let's see where we are. We are over Pickett, Tennessee.
Brandon Armstrong. If I had strange people showing up at my house, I would definitely call the police, LOL.
Well, you don't worry about that. I'll be the first one at your door. So you'll just think it's me. And while I'm distracting you, I'll send in the rest of the gang just to gank the pot roasts. We'll leave you a plate, don't worry. Hey, we're over Byrdstown, Tennessee, y'all.
Brandon Armstrong. I'm gonna be eating all of that pot roast here pretty quick.
The other thing on the 777 right now, you only get a few of the panels. So like you get the electrical, you get the APU, you get the engines, but you don't get like the lights and stuff like that, which is fine, not a big deal. Not a big deal. I know L is one of the lights. Come on. Huh. Like I say, there's not a lot of options at this point with the free version of TFM, but once the paid version comes out, there'll be a lot more options that you'll have. And I don't know if, I don't know what, like if Andy would want to do a live stream or something and give us a perspective on what to expect with the paid version. I doubt he would probably say much. Which is fine, that's understandable, but I know with the projects that we got going with other stuff, I'm not even going to try to include the 777 into that project. There's a lot of work cut out for the other project, so yeah. But we're going to be jumping back into the 737 after we get this flight done. Not that I don't like this airplane, because I do. But I think I don't know. I like the 737. I'm a 737 kind of guy, right? Like I love flying the 737s. So now what I've been told is this thing on approach is amazing, that it'll grab the ILS and all that with no problem. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. You would think, with this being, a bigger aircraft and having all the technology that it has, that it would have more than one autopilot, but it doesn't. It just has the one. Like the 737 has Command A and Command B. This one does not. It's a very greedy airplane. It does it all on its own, and it don't want nobody's assistance. So
Brandon Armstrong. Funny, you mentioned earthquakes a few minutes ago. West Texas just had a 4.7 magnitude earthquake.
wow, buddy. Kim in Arizona. How is Kim in Arizona doing today? Yeah, that's crazy, Brandon. Got just barely over an hour to go, you guys. Which I knew this wouldn't be a long flight. But I did that on purpose. But we are on our way. 284 knots. This thing definitely flies really good. I'll give it that. It does good. Okay, Brandon, tell me if you guys can hear this. Right now, there's someone talking from a video. Okay, did you guys hear that or not?
Hayden Herrick. I can't hear it.
Okay. You will. Okay, now tell me if you guys hear it now.
Engage. Pause the brake. Gear up.
Gear up.
Now, once we get to our acceleration height, we're going to go to thrust ref and VNAV speed. There it is. Thrust ref, VNAV speed. Let's get that right turn going.
Yeah.
Going swimmingly so far.
Don't say
Can you
that.
guys hear that?
So far. That's why I said so
Yeah.
far. Okay. Great. There's your
That's our,
acceleration.
acceleration, yeah.
Nose down. And remember, as we pass 5, the arrow's going to point to the next flap setting, right?
Yeah.
So we can go flaps 1.
That's one. I'm having to put in quite a...
So basically what's happening here, they're taking off in the 777, and he's pointing out how as they're taking off,
Hayden Herrick. I hear it.
he's pointing out how when they take off, the airplane is telling them what needs to happen. So it's showing an arrow on the flap setting telling them that they need to reduce their flap. So not only, is it taking care of itself, but it's guiding you on what you need to be doing right along with it. So let's listen some more. This is a really good video.
A lot of trim,
A bit of trim. Yeah.
which is something I'm not used to purely because
We'll
I've been
talk
flying
about
Airbus.
fly-by-wire in a minute.
Yes. Yeah.
But the real airplane is... The way I would describe it is it feels like you're driving a bus with very tight steering.
Okay.
This airplane has a lot of
That's a good
inertia.
analogy. Yeah.
It has a lot of inertia, but it's very responsive.
Yes. Yeah.
So it feels big and heavy, but it also feels like you can, if you ask it to do something, it'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're doing just fine. We're in VNAV speed, right? So that means that our FMS is basically in level change. Our thrust is right at our limit of 86.6% N1.
Yeah.
Okay. And we've made our 3,000 foot restriction for this turn, just about. Here we are. Great. So now, our next relevant constraint is we have an adder above 4,000, which we're easily going to cruise through. And
Yeah.
then we're going to get to heck. What mode am I going to get to when we get to 6,000 feet? What VNAV mode is going to happen? I'm putting you on the spot.
VNAV path.
VNAV path. Okay. 6,000 is also our MCP altitude. Let's see how that shakes out.
Okay.
We're gonna put your theory to the test.
Could be VNAV out.
It could be, couldn't it?
Could be. In fact, the doubt in your voice makes me want to change my original answer. To
Or
VNAV
am I
out.
just being a normal KG teacher about it?
It's possible. It's possible. We'll see.
Yeah. So here we go. We're gonna find out in just a few seconds.
Yeah. Should I put the autopilot on at any point?
Sure, why not?
Yes,
You can go ahead.
okay.
Well, you're done hand flying.
No,
Autopilot
press,
on.
yeah. Autopilot
Here we
on.
go.
All right.
5 to 6. There's no chime. There's no altitude alert or chime. VNAV
No.
path.
VNAV path, I was
Yay,
right.
You were right. So good. Your instinct was correct, and I'm glad you stuck to it.
Good. Yeah.
Let's stay down here at 6,000, just like the
Okay.
real London would probably do.
Yeah.
And we will let this thing capture itself and get itself a bit sorted out.
Now, what's amazing? Let me pause. Let me pause the sim just for a minute.
Page 1 of 1.
Now, listen to this airplane as well.
A fun VNAV conversation once we get to UMLAB.
Press enter main
Okay.
menu.
Speed VNAV path. Here we are. We're leveling out.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It is glorious.
Beautiful day. Sync up that heading bug. Don't hit heading select. That's the center of the knob. It's not like
It's
that. You
pretty
have to pin
close.
that thing in.
I mean, it sounds just the same. Well, it's going to
I know,
2020, but
that's one of my chief gripes with this airplane.
I feel like I can hear the engine a little bit more in that video, but we're also at 35,000 feet, so let's see what happens when they're at that altitude. We'll find out.
Ta-da. Great. All right. What do we think is going to happen to VNAV once we pass lap?
I think it's going to go into VNAV out
I think you're right.
because it doesn't know what we want to do. Our
Yeah.
VNAV path would have us climb higher, but we've got 6,000 in the window, so it doesn't
Yep.
know.
It's saying,
No.
I have been freed from constraints on my flight plan.
Yes. Yeah.
Why are we not climbing?
Yes.
And the answer is always Heathrow director, isn't it? So, here we are, making our way downtown, walking fast.
Yeah. There it is, VNAV out.
Just like we talked about. Okay, does that make sense?
It
What
does.
just happened make sense to you?
It
Perfect.
does, yes.
Okay, let's say climb level 140 on standard.
Okay, climb flight level 140 on standard, so we'll set standard,
Yep.
and that's done it. 140, did you say?
Yep.
So we set 140 and then push it
Now,
in.
it's not
yes?
doing anything. We have to intervene.
Push it
Punch
in,
it out.
yeah.
Trust ref VNAV speed. Up comes your power,
Yep.
and we are going to pitch up as we power up, and we're going to start that climb.
Beautifully
Trust
smooth,
ref
isn't
VNAV
it?
speed. It is.
Yep, see the engine, once you get above 6,000 feet, you start to barely hear the engine.
Yeah.
We're trucking and we're climbing.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, you're doing well.
Thank you.
Something that we can kind of consider is there's a million different departures in a million different places in the world at different speed constraints you can end up being too heavy for. So you
Right.
have to be very aware. I'm not going to say that there's something I can tell you that'll be your one use fits all solution.
No.
But be aware of your speed. It is possible in this airplane to have a departure that holds you to a speed that is too slow for the airplane to be clean.
Okay.
Okay? So you might need to leave flaps out a little bit longer than you normally would.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
It does.
So that's just something kind of a little bit of a mental thing. Don't always assume you can retract all the way up. You have to think ahead of this airplane. Think about what it's doing. Think about what it's going to do. And you always want to be a step ahead. Is it
Yes.
tugging or is it just me? Okay, we're
It was, yes. When you said think about what it's doing, and I was looking at it, and I was thinking nothing at all.
What is it? Nothing at the
It's
moment.
just frozen in space. All right then.
Let's
how
zoom out
does-
let's zoom out your range so we can see something on our. I always like to have something on my nav display here. Okay, good. There we
Yeah.
go. So
Now, 10,000 feet. What should we be doing? The landing
yeah,
lights
so
off.
10,000 feet. Yeah, no, you don't have to turn the landing lights off. They're not hanging
Ah.
out in the wind on this airplane like they are with a
Okay.
lot of other airplanes. They're just in
Yeah.
the wing route. So typically, at least my company S&P, we leave them on until 18. Now what are we doing? We're speed, we're VNAV vaulting.
We are.
Okay, so let's.
So did you hear what he said? The guy that is going through his video with him said, you know, the company I fly for, I don't even have to turn off landing lights until we're at 18,000 because the lights ain't sticking out there bothering other stuff. So a lot of times there's things that are based on what the company wants. Like I noticed a setting in the 777 for speed. There's a setting that says company speed and it says 300. Now I don't know if that means that we're not supposed to go above 300 because we definitely did go above 300 on takeoff. We definitely did, about 320 knots. But anyway,
Just say climb level 340.
Climb level 340. So again, wind it up to 340, push it into interview.
Beautiful. Or push it in
Or
slow
just,
down.
yeah.
Right, start up VNAV speed. Now we can stop thinking about VNAV for the moment. We'll
Yeah.
talk about it a tiny bit more once we start to descend into San Francisco.
Sure.
But through 10,000 feet, you're typically going to do some kind of chime in the back to let the flight attendants know that you're through 10,000. So let's look up at our passenger signs.
I would say this, but to me, the Irish are the funniest people in the world.
If you find any pearls, give them to me, okay?
Everyone's a comedian.
it's playing an ad, guys. Hold on.
What do you think I am? A juggler?
Can we have a picture, please?
Okay.
Okay, we have a no smoking sign on this tail. So let's the old adage is if you're going to do a double chime, people can unbuckle their seatbelt way faster than they can pull out a cigarette and light it. So let's turn the no smoking sign off,
Okay.
give it a count, and then let's turn it back on.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We're happy. Okay, so that's that. The airplane
Uh-oh.
starts to accelerate.
We got something beeping at us, and I don't know what it is. What is giving us an alarm? Oh, you know what it might be? Hold on. Could be. No, that didn't shut it up, did it? I don't understand. Why do we have an alarm going off? I don't understand.
Command A on. Command A on. Command A on.
Okay, we're good there. Why is our... Hold on a minute. I don't know why it's going off, guys. I'm confused. Everything is good.
Gear down. Gear up.
Our gear's up, our flaps in, our speed is good.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. Up. After takeoff checklist completed.
Everything's good. I have no way of turning off it. There's no way for me to... I don't understand. I don't understand this, guys. Okay, there's that. We've got an alarm going off and I cannot figure out what it is.
Brandon Armstrong. If anybody wanted any pot roast, it's gone.
I mean, our landing gear's up, our flaps are in, autopilot's... Now this is... I don't know, guys. This is where it makes it hard not knowing what's going on. And I'm not saying nothing bad about TFM, but I can't check anything. Let me do something.
Brandon Armstrong. This right here is why we need access to all the panel.
Command A on.
Set.
Flaps in. Flaps up. Auto throttle on. Autopilot on. Command A on. Command A. Set speed 290.
Speed. 1.
No. Set speed 290.
Speed. 1.
Set speed 280.
Speed. 1.
Oh my gosh. Set speed 0.83. Landing gear up. Set speed 0.83. Anti-ice on. Anti-ice on.
Set.
Wing anti-ice on.
Set.
Landing lights off.
Set.
Engine anti-ice on.
Set.
Okay, so we're back to our cruise altitude. And we're doing fine there. But guys, I don't know why the alarm's going off. Ooh, let me try something. Hold on a minute. Why is that alarm going off? I don't... Well, due to the fact that there's nothing wrong, if I got to give it the outside view, I will, if that's what I got to do, because... Hey guys, look at that. We lost our airplane. This is the camera. You can literally move that thing anywhere. Oh, there's our airplane. I wish I knew. Set speed 0.83.
Speed 1.
No. Oh my gosh. Auto throttle on. Auto throttle on. Landing gear up. After takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist. I'm just... After takeoff checklist.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear.
Check.
Flaps.
Set.
After takeoff checklist completed.
Blind flight simmer. Hey John. Yeah, this is a bug with first officer, I think. It doesn't turn on the packs after engine starts sometimes, so after a bit the aircraft doesn't press sunrise. Blind flight simmer.
Oh.
You'll keep flying, but there's no way to turn the alarm off now.
Somehow it went off on its own, I guess.
Nose left.
I don't know why I just said that. It just said nose left. I don't know why it said that.
Voice detected.
Flow completed. Descent checklist. Recall.
No.
Blind
Auto
flight
brakes.
simmer. Oh nice, maybe it timed out.
First officer's trying to do a descent checklist. I think if I hit the button again, he'll stop doing
Blind
it.
flight simmer. But it should keep flying.
Like if first officer's doing a checklist, can't you hit it again and he'll stop doing it? I think.
Brandon Armstrong. That was random.
Yeah, that makes sense, Declan, for sure. Like I said, guys, you know, this is stuff that we all done new, like with TFM. And again, this is not against TFM. That's why they are working on coming out with a new version, because, you know, they want to put all them panels in place. And I knew getting the 777, I knew from the start that there was going to be, you know, stuff that didn't necessarily show up, or not even say that it don't work, it's just not there. So it'd be unfair for me to, you know, for me to say, hey, you know what, that doesn't work, man. Well, it wasn't fixed to work yet. So you kind of, you know, we're flying with kind of what we get. And obviously when TFM comes out with a version of the 777 that's been completed, then guarantee you'll get in it, and all this stuff will be available that you need to complete your flight. But like I said earlier, and this is not just to Peyton but to anybody, you can't fly P3D and then say, well, I didn't have to do it like that. Like, you know, when Peyton told me he didn't set speeds and altitudes in the leg page, I can tell you right now, if you don't got speeds and altitudes in the leg page, you will not take off. I can guarantee you that with certainty. So there's going to be a difference in P3D in 2020. A big difference. And that doesn't matter if you're using TFM or not. If you're using TFM, fine. If you're not, fine. There's still going to be differences that you're going to, or I mean P3D. If you're using P3D or 2020, there's going to be some differences. And I've not flown the I've got the 777 with P3D, but I've not flown it for so long that I can't even tell you what you can even do on it, because I don't remember. Like, I literally don't remember. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get on my
Landing data 142. Minimums 200.
No, you jackwagon.
Checked. Descent checklist completed.
Well, that's okay. I'll have him run the flow again. Anti-ice on. I'm just making sure voice ain't on. That's the only thing I know to do to get it to see if it's on or not. I don't want to say something wrong. Yeah, I appreciate that, Declan. I wasn't sure what that was. I'm like, man, why is this thing freaking out? Or maybe we're not hearing it because maybe I'm in a different view. I don't know. I think I'm in the cockpit view. Yeah. But yeah, I'm on the server too, Declan. If you wanna stop in and say hi or something, you can always pop in up here anytime you want, brother. But I'm curious to see how it does on approach. Like I said, you are limited on what you're going to be able to do with the free version of TFM, and that's expected. We all know that, right? So and I still, even today when I set it all up, I still had a little bit of confusion there on the leg page, because at first it wasn't showing me speed or altitude in like the first 2 waypoints. Then on the third one it showed the speed or altitude. It said like 10,000 A. And then the rest of it didn't show anything. And then I went and found where the weather was, and I went in and loaded it and executed it again. And I don't know if that's what fixed it or if it just took a while for it to get its act together. I don't know. But I think like Declan said, I think we're good now. But he said he was saying something about the packs with first officer. As you guys obviously seen, that I guess he doesn't set it right or something of that effect. So alright guys, I will be right back. I've got to do a restroom call real quick, and let's see where we are on time. Oh, that ain't good. When I do right bracket D for distance, it's telling me 0. Oh boy. It seems to be following the waypoints, so we'll just hope that it does. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second, and I'll be right back with y'all. I'll let y'all listen to this video as we're doing this, or as I'm away, so hold on.
I'm going to be honest with you, there isn't a whole ton that you have to do.
No.
Here's something that we do in the real airplane.
Yeah.
Let's go down to our captain's seat. All right. So we're going to want to have other things, namely that COM page on our lower center display panel.
Okay.
How do we do that? Well, we because we don't want to hide all that engine information. What if we get a vibration or a weird temperature or weird pressure? Okay. So here's how we're going to do this.
Yes.
This is a bit of a process. So for those watching, just re-watch this segment if you forget how to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to go down to your display select panel, and we're going to select COM.
Okay.
Of anything other than basically engine instrument. Okay.
Sure.
Now, just to the left of your yoke knob there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, you have an inboard display rotation selector. You see that? It says nav, DFD, MFD. Keep going to the right.
Oh, sorry, to the right.
Oh,
yes, this one, yes.
Yeah. Turn that over to ICAS.
Right, okay.
Okay, then this is not technically like a Boeing thought-through thing. This is just something that we figured out that we can do. Now, go over to your display select panel again.
Yeah.
Select left inboard. Select your captain. You're going to be manipulating the screen that you're currently playing with.
Yes.
Left inboard, and hit engine.
Right.
Now we have a little compressed version of all of those engine instruments.
And why can't you do that on the upper ICAS? It just doesn't happen.
Because
okay.
you can't manipulate the upper ICAS is why.
Right,
You can't mess around with that, right? So now take that display reversionary selector that you just moved to ICAS down there by your yoke and go back to MFD.
Right.
Ta-da!
Wow. That is a process, isn't it?
It's a bit of and eventually it'll be second nature and you'll bang right through it. But this is now beware. If you are in your your display select panel there, and you press engine on that with the lower center selected,
Yes.
it takes that engine display away from your upper screen and puts it on the bottom, and you get to redo that process.
That's
So just
mad.
be cautious.
Yeah,
Be cautious,
yeah.
right? And
Okay.
remember our good muscle memory to revert that switch to lower center on your display select panel?
Yes,
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go up there, and we also have a checklist to run anyway.
we do. Yeah.
We do. We're a little late on it, but this is fine. Hit our checklist
yeah.
switch.
It's always the way with these videos. You can't squeeze all the talking in when you want to. Checklist, yeah.
Checklist. After takeoff checklist. Look at that. They're both sent.
Auto insurance all seems the same until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file claims, schedule repairs, and access roadside assistance right through your app. Or you could take your chances somewhere else. Get a quote today.
Checklist complete. Follow the yellow truck.
Cool.
Now we don't have to worry about checklists until we're getting down into the Bay Area.
Right? Yeah.
No, we can put the comm page back down there.
One page back, yeah.
And that, as they say, is pretty much all she wrote.
Fantastic.
Keep that heading bug going as we make our way.
Yeah, definitely will do that with every
Center,
flight,
that's
definitely.
that's when you're and you definitely don't walk away from the computer for like 3 hours or whatever. But the fun thing about the 300, and it doesn't actually seem to have done it. So normally for Class 2 operations, which I'm not going to get into what that is, but normally if you're doing remote planetary operations where you're far away from nav aids and all this, you need a clock that is running constantly.
Yeah.
And you need to know how long it's been since you took off. This is also helpful for your flight planning purposes.
Sure.
In the 300, it starts a clock automatically when you take off.
Oh,
In the 200, you have to go down there to your clock in the lower left and start it as you're taking the runway.
Right, okay.
That
then
clock
do that with
would
the chrono.
appear on your primary flight display.
Ah, yeah, okay. I remember that from
It
P3D,
doesn't
I think.
seem to have done that.
No.
So maybe that's to be added later or something.
Yeah.
So what we can do is that bottom left-hand clock, you see it says ET,
Yes.
phone home. No. So switch that to run.
Okay.
That is your elapsed time clock. For the
Okay.
flight.
And you
Makes sense?
normally use that for takeoff to
when you're taking the when you're taking the runway, when you get your cleared for takeoff, you're going to switch that to run on a 200. The 300 should be doing it for you, but it's not, and we'll just allow a little bit of grace there.
Yeah, sure.
If you want to use the chronograph, you can. You can either use that upper left switch, or you can use that switch that says clock on the glare shield there, up right where your left hand would be resting.
yeah.
You can press that, and it should start a clock.
All right, you guys, I am
Take
back.
off, once to stop and once to reset, and then it'll take you back to the left.
I see. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Beauty.
Now, there's a few things we haven't done. You said 18,000 feet. Turn off the landing lights.
Turn off the lights. Yep, that's
and
good.
Seatbelts can go to auto, I take it.
Belt can go to auto. That's a very good idea.
Yeah.
The wing light can go.
Yeah, we're following the waypoints and all that still. Why it lost destination time, even with right bracket D, I don't know. Let's try to reload TFM and see if that.
In a real airplane, you're probably going to start thinking about oceanic clearances at this point. You're going to start thinking about all that long-range flight planning goodness.
Yes.
That will make this a 6-hour video
Yes.
if we want to talk about all that. So for
I'm gonna pause that for now. It's a good video, guys. I really enjoyed watching the beginning part of it more than anything, like all the takeoff stuff, and it did help me. It did help me with, seeing them do, like, obviously they're not going to say, hey, do right soft 3, left soft 2, left soft 1, but the way they do it is still the same as what we should be doing it, right? So between that and Declan, he messaged me, giving me some pointers on it, because guys, I ain't flown this for a long time. I flew it in P3D, but since 2020 I've not touched the triple at all. I believe I've got the 7.4 as well, but I can't remember. I know I got the triple. Yeah, I do got the 7.4. I don't even know if 2020 came out with this. I don't think they have. I don't know. But either way, even in the 7.4, A cards are just gone, I guess. I mean, I don't know, but A cards did help. Like at first, when I first started using it in P3D, I'm like, oh man, that's a pain in the ass, but it does help. Still is not giving me distance. I don't know what happened there. I hit something and I don't know. I did a boo-boo somewhere. I think I know where. Let me see. I think I know what I did. What did I do, boy? No! Shut that off. Well, I'm just going to leave it alone. I don't know what I hit in here, but now it's not reading me my distance at all.
Blind flight simmer. Yeah, I got the info you sent. We'll take a look when I get home later. But
Okay.
yeah, the 777 in P3D works with most things on the old TFM. 2020 on the other hand, most things had to be redone.
Right, right. Yeah, I hit something in here, Declan. I don't know what I hit in the cockpit panel, and now I can't even see my total distance until I get there. I don't know what I hit, but I did something. One of the generators, I think. I don't know. It says number 2's on. Number 1 off button, so I have no idea what I did, guys, but I did something. But we're flying, we're getting there. So yeah, Declan, that'll work, man. Like I said, I lost all my info for servers last year and just got so busy between college and all the bull crap that my ex put me through. It's just been, I'll just say that I'll tell you later. It's been a long ride for me, I'll tell you that. Unfortunately. Oh, Lois. Well, I don't know who that is. The one asking about being in the plane, you should be able to see the plane, right? Are you able to see the cockpit? You should be seeing the cockpit. PIP, PIP, I don't know. You should be seeing the cockpit though. If you're not seeing the cockpit, let me know and I will AI, this is being stupid. Hold on, guys. Whoever's watching, can you please let me know if you can see the cockpit? Those of you watching on TikTok. Like Declan was just saying on the chat, you guys, with in P3D it works, but with most things on the old TFM, but with 2020, most things had to be redone for 2020, so that's why.
Sean Nguyen. Hi.
Sean, how's it going, bud? Well, I guess that could be a guy or a girl, so. Hi, Sean.
Sean Nguyen. I'm going to have a thunderstorm on Wednesday.
That's like, that's 5 days out, my friend. You sure about that? I'm gonna see if I can look somewhere to see what my time of arrival is gonna be. So our ILS is gonna be direct Capra. Well, I wish there was somewhere I could look on the CDU here to see what my arrival is going to be, but Yeah, I wish I had a way to know that Command A is definitely on or not, but... Oh, here, I can look right here. Okay, distance 233 miles to go, so... Okay, so we should be okay. Be right back, guys. Hold on 1 second. got my little meal here. Mini more, or whatever they're called. Mini beans, or whatever. They're good. That's all I know. It's got all real meat, vegetables, ain't none of that fake stuff.
Flow completed. Flow completed.
Peyton Herrick. I can't find the insert route button on FS Airlines. What am I doing wrong?
Descent checklist. Recall. Checked.
What do you
Brakes.
mean insert routes?
Set. Landing data. 142. Minimums. 200. Checked.
You gotta go,
Descent checklist completed.
Peyton, you gotta go to flight plans first. You go to flight plan first, and then after flight plan, pull up your links and look and hit the letter I to insert route. But you gotta go flight plan first. Unless it's not letting you. If it ain't letting you, let me know and I'll make you some flight plans until I can get your things set to where you can do them, where you can make the plans yourself. But it should let you. And Brandon, I'm glad you enjoyed your roast, but I've got me some fresh beef stew right here. Let me know, Peyton.
Peyton Herrick. When I hit the letter I, it's not doing anything in the flight plan section.
Hold on. Hold on a minute, Peyton. Alright, let me see here. Hold on a minute. I wonder if I gotta do the out. Maybe he's not following it because what is he doing? It'd be a lot better when TFM comes out with the version for the triple. That's when the flying will be well worth, doing the flights. This is more aggravating than anything. Like, Stupid thing. I've got to figure this out. Hold on, guys. Peyton, you're just going to have to hold on, buddy. Let me. I've got 10 things going on at once.
Command A on.
Command A wasn't even on. Like,
Approaching top of descent.
hopefully it follows. No, I think it's following my altitudes. VNav on. VNav on. VNav on. Anti-ice on.
Set.
VNav on. LNav on. LNav. There's no way to know. VNav. Yeah, it's following the altitudes I put in. It's not following the altitudes on the... So somehow I think it's lost its flight plan. So here's what we're going to do, guys, because I would rather.
Options menu. Page 1 of 1.
It's just not following it correctly, so we're just going to do a regular flight with SimBrief, or 737. So give me a minute here. I'm not disconnecting you guys. I got to set up a new flight, but you'll still have
pop-up window.
So hold on 1 minute. We got to switch.
Pop-up window. Warning.
We got to switch airplanes, and then we're going to do a different flight. I would like to fly it, but
loading, please wait. Welcome menu. Page 1 of 3. Currently highlighted. Activities. Button 4 of 5. Welcome. Button. Profile. Options.
Okay.
Button. Currently highlighted. Activities. Button. Marketplace. Button 3 of 5. World map.
All right. So let me go see where we're going to fly from.
Press space to search result. Aircraft selection and aircraft select search bar. Select to enter text. Selected. 777F, Boeing 737 BBJ cruise speed 452 knots true air, Boeing 777F cruise speed 482 knots true airspeed max, Boeing 730, weight and balance. Boeing 737 BBJ cruise speed 400, Boeing 737 to 700 cruise speed, Boeing 737 to 700 BDSF cruise, Boeing 737 to 900 cruise speed 400 and Boeing 737-900 ER cruise speed 452 knots true airspeed max, selected. 737-900
All right,
ER.
we'll go with that one.
Use right stick up and aircraft selection and customization menu. Zoom out. Flight conditions. Button.
Now let me go see.
Select arrival. Switch departure and arrival points. Select departure.
Let me see where I'm at here.
Select to open a search field, or select from recommended and recent airports. After an airport is selected here, an additional drop-down list becomes active below this one, to allow selection of a specific airport gate or runway. Press ESC to go back. Press F12 to reset. Press space to more. Press numpad -sign / numpad plus sign to zoom. Press tab to help.
Okay, so we're here. Let me see where I'm at. Alright, we're at KDFW. So, if I go to book flight, I might already have one. Now, I also better not find it. Airplanes have been moved, because if I don't have a plane where I'm sitting, I'm not going to be happy about that. So let's go see where my airplane is, because I don't see it. Okay, so where is my ER at? Okay. Okay, so I gotta buy a ticket. Take myself to CYYC. Continue. We'll go to book flight. Okay. Flight plan. Insert route. To insert route. Continue. Now, book flight. That's what I want. There we go. Select packages. Alright, we got cargo going to Las Vegas. Alright, now let's go to SimBrief real quick. Get our flight plan. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and put you guys in.
Switch departure. Select departure. Search results. CYYC. Select departure. CYY. Switch departure. Select arrival. Search results. Class/MC.
Brandon Armstrong.
Class MC Karen I.
Try hitting the B button to see if you can actually find the insert route button, or if I remember right, it actually showed up as a link.
Las Vegas.
It shows up as a link. You just got to be going in it right.
Class MC Karen INTL Las Vegas.
Alright, so we're going to Las Vegas. And if you hold on, Peyton, I'll help you. Just
combo box. Aircraft
give me just a minute, buddy.
CYYC. Aircraft selection and customiz. VFR. Direct. GPS. Aircraft select. CYYC. Runway. 35R.
Let me get my airplane put on the runway here. Guys, unfortunately, I'm not going to fly the 777 until I can fly it where I know what's going on.
Gate 36, gate small.
I don't like not knowing, you know, different things, and it'd just be a lot better when
Gate 39, gate small.
When we can get in it with TFM and we can see what's going on.
Gate 37, gate small. Gate 37, gate small. Gate 37, gate small. Gate 32, gate small. Gate 34, gate small. Gate.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Someone knocking at the door now.
Brandon Armstrong. That's exactly what I thought. He's right, Peyton. It will show up as a link, not a button.
Hold on, guys. I'm just dealing with this gate thing real quick, which is a pain in the butt. Oh yes, it is. Brandon is the cause of most issues in 2020.
Gate 31, gate small.
So if you guys run into problems, just know that all this could have been solved if Brandon had not,
Gate 58, gate small.
you know, went into 2020 and told him not to give us any type of easy access. It's Brandon's fault.
Gate 54, gate small. Gate 50.
So I just wanted you guys to know that, you know.
Gate 50, gate small.
It's something everybody deserves to know, that Brandon Armstrong is the cause of problems for 2020.
Gate 57, gate small.
Seriously, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Gate 53,
Brandon
gate small.
Armstrong. I'm not the cause of any issue. Don't blame me for it. LOL.
Oh, now Brandon.
Press ESC to go back.
Don't get your skirt in a wad now. Just admit, you know what? Let me talk to David. I'll take care of you.
Gate 73, gate small.
He's got to be dealt with, you guys. He's out of control.
Gate 79, gate small.
See if David might be able to
Gate 74, gate
put him
small.
in. Look, you know what? David can put you in a hotel for free.
Gate 70, gate small. Gate 81, gate small.
You won't even have to pay nothing, Brandon.
Gate 85, gate small.
I'm still looking for the gate, guys.
89,
Hold
gate
on. He's so slow.
Gate 85, gate small. Gate 89. Gate 92, gate small. Gate 83, gate small. Gate 87, gate small. Gate 87, gate small. Gate 90, gate small. Gate 95, gate small. Gate 95, gate small.
Brandon Armstrong.
Gate 94, gate
No
small.
thanks, I don't want to have any of that powdered milk or powdered eggs for breakfast.
Gate 86, gate small.
Hey, don't judge Brandon.
Gate 82, gate small.
It could be worse.
Gate 86, gate small. Gate 82, gate small. Gate 17, gate heavy. Gate 11, gate small.
Come on.
Gate 11, gate small. Gate 17, gate heavy. Gate 11, gate 13, gate small.
A lot of these gates are either...
Gate 13, gate small. Gate 21, gate small.
Okay, we're getting there.
Gate 22, gate small. Gate 23, gate small. Gate 23, gate small. Gate 20, gate small. Drop down up. Gate 16, gate small. Gate 16, gate small.
You know what?
Runway.
We're doing that one.
Gate 16, gate small. Drop down list. Select a view of.
Alright, so...
Brandon Armstrong. You're right, I could have that disgusting loaf stuff that's not even fit for human consumption.
Loading, please wait. 33%.
You know, I gotta tell you though, Brandon, that whole thing,
Loading, please wait.
I don't believe that's true.
73%.
I actually don't believe that. The government would not.
Loading, please wait. 84%.
Be able to get away with feeding stuff to people.
Loading, please wait. 84%.
And it risks killing them. I think there's some. I mean, I'm not saying it's not
Loading, please wait.
good, that it's good
84%.
for you, but I don't think that it's like late. I don't know, but
Loading, please wait. 85%.
I don't think because you're sitting in.
Loading, please wait. 85%.
I don't think that just because you're sitting in prison, though, that you deserve to be fed like a dog. Like,
Loading, please wait.
yeah, they broke the law
85%.
and they're paying for the time. But some of the laws that they're paying for, like, for example, I know people is,
Loading, please
well, I
wait.
don't know them
85%.
personally, but I know of some that are in prison for
Brandon Armstrong.
example,
Ready to fly.
I thought you had said that stuff literally said not for human
does.
consumption. I think even Casey said the same thing to me once.
it does, but it don't make it 100% that it's actually like that everywhere. I don't know if I really, like, me and David was talking about that a while back, about 2 weeks ago, and we don't believe that that's fully true because people in prison would be definitely sick. Okay. We're sitting at gate 16 here in Calgary. I want to make sure hold on. I gotta fix this real quick. I got off track here. Hold on 1 second. Let's do this real quick. That way I don't mess up. 009er Delta Whiskey. CYYC. KLAS. The other airport for vectoring is at KCDC. Wonder where that is. Washington, D.C.? Maybe? We'll have to go there maybe sometime. Alright, generating our flight plan. Alright, initial altitude. Okay, our initial altitude, 33,000. Cost index is 10. 958 miles. Wind is 307 at 21.
Brandon Armstrong. You might want to see if you can call and get a hold of Casey when you get up to cruise. I
Brandon,
tried calling and leaving a message earlier, but I haven't heard back from him.
I've already tried myself, Brandon. Alright, 145.
Brandon Armstrong. Your weather for landing at Vegas is going to be good too. Wind's not an issue there.
Alright, so fuel 22,748. Alright, and then our route. And just for some of you out there, let this give you a good example of the difference between a 7.3 and a 7.7. Okay? Big difference. Alright, so hopefully let's export our flight plan real quick. Okay. Now I'm hoping that say intentions did not delete my hotkeys. Because if it did, okay, it didn't. New flight. Oh yeah, I feel like I'm back home now. Phew.
Brandon Armstrong. Peyton, did you get your flight situation straightened out?
I don't know if he did. I told him to hold on a minute, Brandon. I'm going to help him, but I got to take care of this first. And no, I don't think he did. I don't know why it's not letting you insert the route, because any pilot can build a flight plan. Let me go look at your stuff real quick. I just can't put a bunch of attention over to that while I'm trying to do a flight. Alright, hold on a minute. Go here.
Brandon Armstrong. When I did it, I had no problem inserting routes.
Let me go see. Yeah, because I don't know why you're having trouble. Alright, Peyton.
Peyton Herrick. I'm not sure either.
Well, hold on. You can definitely do flights now, because I've now listen to me and hear me out really, really well. There are things that you can do in here that I don't want you to do. So the only thing that you need to be able to do is assign your flights. Don't try customizing the airline, nothing like that. So I'm trusting you here. I'm going to give you a chance to own up to your management position, but assign yourself flights, all that stuff. You get free time, create other flight plans for other pilots. I'm putting that responsibility on you. So, I mean, obviously you're not CEO like myself or Brandon, but we do have you as a manager because I think that you can be of a help. So now you can do flight plans, but on your free time, I need you to create flight plans for other pilots too. Do flight plans from Indianapolis, and don't do two of the same flight plans, because when you create one, there's the option by default where it can be flown more than once. It just says always or unlimited. I forget what it says, but there you go. Now I got to focus on my flight. Hold on one second. Alright, so oh, well, that says boarding. Wonder what that does. Or the button that says ANNC
Peyton Herrick.
boarding.
Thank you for the help.
Hey, no problem, buddy.
Welcome aboard this flight with us at our airline. We're delighted to have you on board as we prepare for our journey to Las Vegas. Please take your seats according to your boarding passes and stow your hand luggage in the overhead bins or under the seats in front of you. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to any of our crew members. Thank you for
GSI, Niner Delta Whiskey, looking to pick up a VIP to Las Vegas.
Let me see what we have. Give me a minute or two.
We'll have a really good flight now, guys. We got things. This is like being back home. And don't get me wrong, I like the 777, but it does tire you after a little bit. He ain't got back to me yet on the cargo or on the VIP job.
Good afternoon, Captain. We're just loading the luggage and securing the passengers. I'll let you know when we are secure and ready.
GSI, Niner Delta Whiskey, do you have any VIP jobs available for Las Vegas?
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. I am unable to provide
Secure and ready
ATC
to go,
services.
Captain.
Please contact ATC for any flight-related requests.
I hate when it does this. Gold Star International looking to pick up a VIP job to Las Vegas. It gave us a cargo job, but I want VIP.
Mission on request. This will take a minute or two. Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Alright, we got a new VIP mission for you. Your task is to fly a renowned game developer, Mr. Alex Thompson, to a prestigious gaming conference in Las Vegas. Mr. Thompson is the lead developer at
Brandon
Pixelcraft Studios,
Armstrong.
known for cutting-edge virtual
I
reality
wonder
games.
why it's taking
He's a
him
tech
so long
enthusiast
to
and
get a
enjoys
job.
discussing the latest in gaming technology. Ensure a smooth and comfortable flight as he prepares for his keynote presentation. We're sending your crew over now. You can expect to be airborne in a few minutes.
Well, hello, Captain. Just getting settled and the luggage loaded. We'll let you know as soon as we are secure.
Oh, you stupid thing. Okay. Well, we got the
We
job.
are secure. Ready to go, Captain. Good afternoon, Captain. We're getting everyone settled and the luggage loaded. It'll let you know when we are secure and ready.
Oh, I hate that it does it. It takes away my...
We are secure. Ready to go, Captain.
And hold on one second, guys. This is not what I want. Alright, now we're at Code and Dark. Alright, here we go.
Starting pre-flight flight.
Alright, those of you watching, we are now in the 739ER. And we're
Good
going to be
afternoon, Captain.
doing our flight over to Las Vegas in the 737 900ER. Do we still have problems from here to the, here and there in the 737? Yes, we do. But for the most part, make a FaceTime audio call to Mackenzie Eastep.
Starting a FaceTime audio call to Mackenzie
Hold on, guys. I gotta make a call real quick. Hey, I didn't know if... Hold on, guys. I didn't know if your mom had been trying to reach me. Alright, you guys, we're getting things going here. Brandon Armstrong is responsible for Apple becoming such a bad company.
And weather is currently out of service.
Just remember, blame Brandon Armstrong for bad management at Apple. It's his fault. David said so. What is this doing? Something. Oh my God. First. Hold on, you guys. I gotta restart TFM. Being absolutely stupid. Okay. My apology, guys. We gotta. I gotta do this again for just a second. Alright. I had to do that because I had forgot to stop TFM when we loaded a new plane. But not a big deal. We just started anyway, so. And that's right. Get your butt out here, first officer. Do your job.
Starting pre-flight flow.
Flashlight off. Camera. Truck camera. Button. Flashlight. Messages. Collapse stack. Grouped. 8 minutes ago. Messages. Show notification. Face ID did not detect. Messenger. 535. Messenger.
Good afternoon, Captain.
Messenger. Notification. Button. Activate to expand. Expanded. Face ID did not. Messenger. Now. Messenger. Now. Messenger. Notify. JKL. 0. Loading. Heather Defrost Senior. Missed audio call. Tap to call. Unread message. 5:34 p.m. Logo letter. Heather Defrost Senior. Hey, what are you doing? Double tap to open. Adult. Open more options. Open camera. Open media picker. Type a message. Text field. Double tap to edit. Cap W. Cap H. H A A R T T S S space U U P P. Send a message. Button. Sent. You. What's up? Double tap to view message time and whether it has been seen. Double tap.
Yeah, I kept repeating a message TFM did about wing something. And I'm like, why is it doing that? Alright, we got power. That's the throttle test. Fire test. See what the weather is in Calgary. Brandon must have 150 at 12 knots. Brandon must have took off, y'all. He ain't said nothing about being I know how to get his attention, and he ain't said nothing, so he must be preoccupied.
Report, information Victor. Automated weather is currently out of service. Advise on initial contact you have information Victor. Calgary International Airport, information Victor. Automated weather is currently out of service. Advise on initial
Oh, that's
contact you
through
have information
freaking
Victor.
first officer.
Calgary International
Trying to turn
Airport,
that crap off.
information Victor. Automated weather is currently out of service. Advise on initial contact you have information Victor. Calgary International Airport.
Shut up. You want to go ahead and get our IFR for Las Vegas?
I'll get our IFR clearance for Las Vegas.
Good afternoon, beautiful. Have you missed me?
Good afternoon, Captain John. Of course, it's always a pleasure to be on board with you.
Well, you didn't forget we're married, did you?
Day for a flight together.
Are you excited for the weekend? Me taking you to Hawaii? Sink your toes in the sand? Drink a margarita? Oh, you can't drink. You're
Would you mind
pregnant.
checking the SIDS and stars? Heading out for my checks.
Oh, Captain, that sounds amazing. I can just
All right.
imagine the warm sand and a nice drink in hand, but I'll just enjoy the view while you sip that margarita.
All right, 17 left, and we're going direct to Ubval. Alright, there's that. Alright, 26 left. Chow 3. That is funny. Chow 3, Stu. Stu is our star, and Chow 3 is our transition, I think. That is altitude.
Is 18,000 feet.
Do we have on takeoff?
We're currently on the ground, so the takeoff altitude will be 0 until we lift off. Once airborne, we'll climb our assigned altitude.
Give me the IFR information.
I'll get our IFR clearance for Las Vegas.
Oh God.
Calgary clearance, Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey, requesting our IFR clearance. We have Victor.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by. Gold Star International Niner Delta Whiskey. Information Victor is current. Cleared to Las Vegas. After departure, fly radar vectors to UBVAL, then as filed. Departure runway 17 left. Initial climb to 7,000 feet. Departure on 125.9 squawk 6676.
All right. So, to correct myself on something, the 777 TFM does work with the 777, so Peyton, you could have been flying the 777 paid version. I don't know what you got, but you'd still have to set. You still got to have them speeds and stuff in your leg page. You can't go without that. But yeah. Meet you guys in 1 second. Hold on. Alright guys, just waiting on him. We'll go ahead and bring him back in.
Aircraft looks good.
Very good. I love the sound that it makes here in a minute.
Peyton Herrick. I have the 777-200 LR 777F and the 777-300ER.
Yeah, I know you do, but I'm just telling you, there's no way you can't take off in them without speeds and altitudes being in the leg page. It's not possible. You can't even
Brandon
load.
Armstrong.
You can't even load.
Starship launch is delayed until Monday.
You can't even load your speeds for your flap settings without your leg page being. Your leg page has to be completed. And if it lets you, then something's wrong with yours. I'll tell you that. So why did they delay it, Brandon?
Brandon Armstrong. I don't know why they delayed it. I'm wondering if it may be still having to do with the ongoing investigation.
I'm watching the okay, it's heads up display.
Flow completed. Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen.
Tested.
Navigation, transfer, and display switches.
Normal and auto.
Window heat.
On.
Pressurization mode selector.
Auto.
Flight instruments.
Set.
Parking brake.
On.
Fuel control switches.
Cut off.
Pre-flight checklist completed.
Alright, we'll do that one and that one. Alright, now we'll do .6 on trim. There we go. Trim is done.
Brandon Armstrong. So the launch was delayed due to corrective actions and still the ongoing FAA investigation.
Okay, now let's go ahead and close the doors.
Initiating before start flow.
Alright, waiting for the jetway so they can disconnect it. Why in the world did they just open the door? I have no idea. Listen to this sound, I love it. I love that sound. Now I do want to make sure okay, there's no doors open. Two seconds for APU. Here comes our fuel pumps. Those watching on TikTok, alright, 10 seconds for GPU to be disconnected. That's ground power unit, by the way.
Flow completed. Before start checklist. Flight deck door. Closed and locked. Fuel 22741 pounds. Checked. Passenger signs. On. MCP. Speed 151. Heading 163. Altitude 33000. Set. Takeoff speeds B1 165. BR 169er. B2 174. Checked. CDU pre-flight. Completed. Rudder and aileron trim. Free and zero. Anti-collision lights. On. Before start checklist completed.
We're getting ready to start our pushback, and you can give your safety message. Give me 1 second. Alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for pushback, we kindly ask that you direct your attention to the cabin crew for an important safety demonstration. Please ensure that your seatbelts are fastened and your seat backs are in the upright position. Thank you for your cooperation.
Beacons on, brakes released, clear to push straight out.
Alright, here we go.
Copy that, clear to push straight back, release the parking brakes please. Brakes released.
Come on. Let's go.
Starting engines.
Okay, we are pushing
Starting
back
engine
now.
2.
Okay, Captain, we're pushing back now. Cabin crew, take seats for departure. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this flight with us at our airline. We are delighted to have you on board as we prepare for our journey to Las Vegas. My name is Lisa, and I am your lead flight attendant today. Joining me in the cabin are my wonderful colleagues, Sarah, Mike, Emily, and Tom. We will do our best to ensure you have a comfortable and enjoyable flight. We are flying on a Boeing 739, and our estimated flight time is approximately 2 hours and 17 minutes. Before we take off, I would like to go over some important safety information. First, please ensure your
Engine 2
seatbelt is
started.
fastened. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fitting into the buckle
Engine
until
2
you
cut
hear
out.
a click. To release it, simply lift the buckle. Please keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated, as we may experience turbulence. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop down from the panel.
Starting engine 1.
To use the mask, pull it towards you to start the flow of oxygen. Place it over your nose and mouth, securing it with the elastic band. Remember to secure your own mask before assisting others. For those of you seated in the exit rows, please take a moment to review the safety card in your seat pocket, which outlines the operation of the emergency exits. There are 4 emergency exits on this aircraft, 2 at the front and 2 at the rear. In the event of an emergency, follow the illuminated exit signs to reach the nearest exit. Additionally, life vests are located under your seats. To use the life vest, pull it out of the pouch, place it over your head,
Giving
and
comms to
secure
you.
the straps around your waist. Inflate the vest by pulling the red tabs or by blowing into the tubes. We appreciate your attention to this important safety information. If you have any questions, please
Engine
feel
1
free to
started.
ask any of our crew
Request
members.
taxi.
Thank you for choosing to fly with us today.
Engine 1 cut
and
out.
we hope you enjoy the flight.
I've got the comms now. Requesting taxi clearance now.
All engines
Calgary
stable.
ground, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Ready to taxi. We have Victor.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Calgary ground, taxi to runway 17 left via Kilo, Charlie, Juliet, Delta.
Before taxi flow.
Runway 17 left, Kilo Charlie Juliet Delta, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Looking good so far, guys. You can let the passengers know that we're actually ahead of schedule by
Clear on the
about
right.
30 minutes.
Clear on the left. Flow completed. Before taxi checklist. Generators.
Ladies and gentlemen, we
On.
have some great news.
Probe.
We're currently ahead of
Auto.
schedule by about 30
Isolation
minutes.
valve.
Thank you for your
Auto.
patience, and we
Engine
hope you
start
enjoy the
switches.
rest of the flight.
Continuous. Recall.
You
Check.
can also go ahead and give them the
Auto
weather
brakes.
for our trip. if you
Rejected
want.
takeoff. Flight control test.
Alright, yoke to the left,
Full left.
back to center,
Neutral.
yoke to the
Full
right,
right.
back
Ladies
to
and
center,
gentlemen,
Neutral.
as we prepare for our
Straight
journey
back.
to Las Vegas,
Full back.
I wanted to share the weather
and
for our
forward.
trip.
Full forward.
Currently, in Las
Check.
Vegas, the temperature
Brake
is
test.
23 degrees
Check.
Celsius.
Before
With our
taxi
open
checklist
clouds at
completed.
25,000 feet. We expect a smooth flight ahead, and we appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Alright, we're gonna pause first officer. "17 left.
Approaching runway 17
left. 17 left.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact tower on 118.4.
Switching to tower on 118.4. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Flow completed. Before takeoff checklist. Flaps. Sit.
Alright, loading my FS
Stabilization
Airlines
trim. Sit.
flight
Transponder.
monitor.
Sit. Cabin crew. Cabin crew prepare for takeoff. Notified. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Alright, everything is set with our first officer. Alright, you guys, let's Let's do this. Get ready for takeoff. We're ready for
Cabin
takeoff.
crew, take seats for departure.
I'll let Tower know we're ready for takeoff.
Wind is 150 at 12 knots. Flaps are at 10, so here we go.
Calgary Tower, Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey, holding
Cross that.
short of runway 17 left, ready to depart.
Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey, Calgary Tower, runway 17
Speed
left,
alarm.
wind 135 at 7, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 17 left, cleared for takeoff.
80 knots.
Gold Star Niner
Check.
Delta Whiskey.
V1. Rotate. V2.
B1.
Brake.
Positive rate. Gear up. Gear up. .400 feet.
Lateral navigation.
LNAV on.
Vertical navigation.
VNAV on.
Autopilot.
Command A on.
Guys, that was an absolutely beautiful takeoff.
Gold Star International Niner Delta Whiskey. Contact departure on
Absolutely
125.9.
beautiful.
Switching to departure on 125.9, Gold
Man,
Star
that's
Niner
what
Delta
I'm talking
Whiskey.
about right there, baby.
Acceleration altitude.
You can always tell when when you're back in the cockpit of the
Calgary
airplane, it
departure,
feels like home,
Gold
and
Star
this is
Niner
it
Delta
right
Whiskey.
here.
Afternoon, climbing past
Brandon
5,000.
Armstrong. That was flawless takeoff.
Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey,
It
Calgary
was.
departure,
That was
radar
beautiful,
contact.
dude.
Clear
That
direct
was-
UB Val. Climb
That
flight
was
level 230.
freaking beautiful.
Clear direct UB Val. Climb flight level 230, Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey.
That was amazing. I loved that.
Flaps up. Flaps up.
Did he do the after takeoff flow? I wasn't even paying attention.
Flaps up.
Yeah, flaps are up, so come on, dude. Do your...
Peyton Herrick. I took off right before you and I'm on my way to Atlanta.
Right on, buddy.
Brandon Armstrong. He hasn't done it yet.
Well, maybe he's going to. Maybe I'm just...
Gold Star International Niner Delta Whiskey, climb flight level 260.
Oh, he's
Climbing
doing
flight
it now.
level 260, Gold Star Niner Delta
Flow
Whiskey.
completed. After takeoff check.
There we go.
Engine start switches.
Off.
Packs.
On.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Landing gear.
Up and off.
Let me see if I can see you.
After
Peyton, hold
takeoff
on.
checklist completed.
No, I thought it
Dear
was.
guests, we are now at a safe altitude, and you are free to use your electronic devices. Additionally, I'm pleased to inform you that our onboard Wi-Fi service is now available. Enjoy your flight.
Oh, I can't remember what the command is now. You can pull up the airplanes that are online. It's not that. No. Oh, it's just right bracket P. Okay, hold on.
Passing 10,000 feet.
No, I don't see you.
Gold Star International Niner, Delta Whiskey. Climb flight level 300.
Climbing to flight level 300. Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey.
Got a couple airplanes sleeping on the ground. Georgia en route. Air Sprint en route. WestJet en route. All right, that was a beautiful takeoff, man. That was good stuff. All right, just making sure my lights were where they needed to be. I'm actually going to configure my CDU where I can control more of the lights with these buttons, because I don't need these buttons for generators and all that, so I'm going to use them for something different. So, just out of curiosity, what do you know about this area? Tell
Hayden Herrick.
me and the passengers something.
I'm climbing through 17,000 feet and my speed is 438 knots. True.
Oh, Captain, this area is quite beautiful. We're flying over the stunning Rocky Mountains.
What are you
which
flying,
are known for their
Peyton?
breathtaking views and outdoor activities. As we head towards Las Vegas, you'll see some amazing landscapes, including desert terrain and vibrant city lights. It's a great place for adventure and entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, as we fly over the beautiful Rocky Mountains, I wanted to share that we're heading towards Las Vegas, known for its vibrant nightlife and entertainment. Keep your eyes peeled for some stunning views out the window.
Gold Star International Niner Delta
Transition
Whiskey.
altitude.
Climb flight level 330.
Checked.
Climbing flight level 330. Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey.
You should do that more often. I like that.
Hayden Herrick. The 737 to
Oh,
700.
thank you, Captain. I appreciate that. I'll keep it in mind.
Hold on. What? Do right bracket S and tell me your speed with that. Not right bracket T, right bracket S. I love you, adorable.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Edmonton Center on 124.525.
I appreciate that.
Switching to Edmonton Center on 124.525. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Brandon Armstrong. How did you get taken off before
Edmonton
Johnny
Center,
did Peyton?
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, afternoon, climbing past flight level 200 for flight level 330.
I don't think he goes
Gold
through.
Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Edmonton Center, identified.
I
Good
don't think
afternoon.
he starts up in cold and dark, Brandon. I think probably he starts up right on the runway. I'm guessing. What's your speed with right bracket S, Peyton?
Brandon Armstrong. That's what I'm guessing too, because if he started up from cold and dark in a PNDG, there's no way he could have taken off before you.
Yeah. He had to already be powered up, I'm guessing. But I also don't skip things. I don't skip the walk around. I don't skip none of that stuff either. So... Chad, God's love, Rachel, welcome to the live stream. Welcome here at Lounging with John. I'm so glad to have you guys. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day wherever you might be. I do have a discussion that I'm going to be tackling here in just a few minutes.
Peyton Herrick. 351 knots indicated. I skipped the walk around. Brandon Armstrong. What's your speed with S, Peyton? We're all wanting to know.
Peyton, that is way too fast, dude. I don't know why you're going that fast, but you're actually going over the limit that you should be going in that airplane. Just so you know. You can fly it how you want, but that is way too fast. 352 indicated? That's... wow. You got to pay attention on speeds, Peyton. You can hurt yourself like that. And you're burning fuel a lot quicker going that fast. I mean, do you follow the altitude rules and stuff like that? Because 352
Brandon Armstrong.
indicated?
That's definitely way too fast, and yes, he did skip the walk around.
Yeah, see, I don't skip that stuff, but that's preference. But I'm just saying, you're being very, you're cutting things really close going that fast, because I'm surprised
Peyton Herrick.
You don't got alarms going off.
The overspeed clacker isn't going off.
Something ain't right then, because that is a bit fast, my friend. But you are on P3D, so there's going to be a difference. If I was doing almost 360 knots, my overspeed would be talking to me right now. Guarantee it. But, hey, it's your plane, you're flying.
Brandon Armstrong. It doesn't matter, you're still going way too fast.
That's alright, as long as you don't crash, I don't care what he does. As long as he does the flight and gets landed without crashing, And I'm going to guess too. I was going to tell you about that, Peyton. I think the reason you have trouble with landing sometimes because you come in way too fast. You're coming in too fast, too late. And that's going to make a big difference. You ought to, you know, look at slowing down ahead of time, man, because that's just, you're coming in way too fast. When you just tell me the other day how fast that you're going when you come in at only 10 miles out, that is way too fast, and that's going to be why you're having trouble with landing, because you're not giving yourself time to slow down. You got to give yourself time to slow down, buddy. So that's just something you might want to think about.
Brandon Armstrong. You've definitely got to watch your speed on descent and approach when coming in for landing, Peyton.
Yeah, so, you know, when you get to your destination, you really ought to start trying to slow it down a little bit quicker, because that's why you're having trouble with landings. Now, I'm just giving you advice. I'm not lecturing you. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. But, you know, I've been in the cockpit long enough to know some stuff, right? Some stuff. But anyway, we're gonna touch on some topics here in a few minutes. Just give me a second, you guys. Give me a minute to I had a viewer that wanted to hear a couple of these songs, so we're going to play a couple real quick. This one is called Love in a Movie.
No matter his flaws, she loves him for his truth.
We just got a couple songs we're playing, you guys, so.
Perfect, loving only him like no other.
This song is so true.
Peyton Herrick. I'm climbing through flight level 260. I also did have the plane in cold and dark. I do appreciate the advice.
Captain, we have a situation in the cabin. One of the passengers accidentally cut themselves while trying to open a snack package, and they are bleeding profusely. I need your guidance on how to proceed.
Okay, we should have first aid stuff back there. See if someone can assist with getting this person cleaned up, and let me know the condition after you get him cleaned up.
Okay, Captain. I'll send someone back to assist the passenger and check on their condition.
I don't know why I wrote one. I wrote two different ones, and I don't remember what this other one was. Love in the perfect world. I'm curious about this, so we're gonna play it. I don't remember this one.
Brandon Armstrong. If you had the plane in cold and dark Payton, it would have taken you a bit longer to take off.
I mean, he might have. He might just. I don't know how he. I mean, he already. Brandon, he probably already had his set up. He was trying to mess with that flight plan for the longest time. So he was probably already set up. Love in a Perfect World. I don't know why I wrote two different ones. They're based on the same thing, really.
Honey, you and me, we had it all. Was a perfect couple.
Oh, this is a good song.
In a perfect world. Never had doubt, 'cause we believed in each other. If there was ever a problem, we always confide to one another. Love in a perfect world.
Alright, so I'm going to play this other one that they wanted. It's called Hardest Goodbye.
Brandon Armstrong. That's true. I wonder what things he skipped besides the walk around, though. I'm actually curious.
Just when you think you're finally getting ahead, I feel
But he wouldn't be able to take off skipping stuff into 7.3 either. So I don't think necessarily that he skipped things, but he might have had his up and running for a
Ladies
while
and gentlemen, we have now
before
reached
I
cruising
even got
altitude
mine done.
and are en route to Las Vegas from Calgary. We will be starting our snack and drink service shortly, and I highly recommend trying our delicious chicken wrap or the savory cheese platter available today. After the service, we will also have articles from the airline
Center pump's coming on.
purchase. Thank you for
This is a good song right here, guys. I really like this one.
Maybe you do hate me, baby. I can't ever understand it. It's enough to drive me crazy. Thought I was your hero, no matter the cost, no matter where we go. Should've never gave up, could've took it slow. My hardest goodbye. I just hope you know how much I tried. This is
Brandon Armstrong. What does it mean when it says that center pump is coming off? Does that mean that fuel tank is empty?
Yeah, that just means that they're it's no longer taking fuel from that pump, yeah. Boy, ain't that true.
International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Salt Lake Center on 127.075. Contacting Salt Lake Center
we'll
on
stop that for
127.075. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
All
Salt
right.
Lake Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Afternoon, maintaining flight level 330.
We're at
Gold Star 9er Delta
cruise
Whiskey,
altitude.
Salt Lake Center. Good afternoon.
We are at Mach 0.76. Steady speed at 269 knots. Nice and smooth speed there. Got about an hour and 25 minutes, which isn't too bad. I'm gonna go through my leg page here real quick. The runway is 2098 on altitude. So I gotta change this 5000A to just 5000. I think we'll have a smooth descent in ILS because our heading coming in, when we get to 8,000, we're going to be on a heading of 220 degrees, and then the ILS starts at a heading of 259. That's at 5,000 feet, and then it stays at 259 at 3,800 feet. And then it stays at 259 on the runway. So we've got a nice let's see. So 5, 9, 18. So we got about 25 miles of nothing but the same heading pretty much. So that makes it nice. And then our first altitude we got to do our descent to is going to be 24,000 or above from 33,000, but we got 19 miles to get from 33 down to 24, or close as what we can to 24. So I'll just include this on the discussion that I'm doing now. And the discussion is based around flight simming. It's based around based around all your flight simming stuff, really, and it's based on the different programs that are out there. This is something that I was talking to a couple viewers about through email today, mainly today, yet late last night I talked to some people as well. And this is something to be known. I mean, this is something that we should already know. Number one, and it kind of fits on some of the stuff that I've been talking about with Peyton. When you fly in P3D, there's going to be a difference. If you fly with, even go back beyond that, like Microsoft, what was it, 2004 or whatever it's called, the one that worked well with Be Your Eyes. Be Your Eyes, Be My Eyes. It worked well with that. I forget the name of the sim, but it was a Microsoft sim. I never tried it. I already downloaded it just to see what it was like. I don't know. But the point is, you got these different sims. They're not all going to be 100% the same. You got, for example, the 737. Flying it in P3D compared to flying it in 2020 is pretty much going to be the same. But there could still be different things that make it different. The way it handles, the way it flies, the way
Brandon Armstrong.
The way it climbs.
It was Microsoft Flight Simulator 2004 and we also flew with it, your plane.
Yeah, with IYP, it's your plane, yeah. I couldn't think of the name of it. But there's differences. Like if I loaded up 2004 and tried to fly with it, well, number one, I probably wouldn't even be able to fly with it because we don't have anything that would work with it enough to give us the accessibility to fly with it, probably. Because 2004 didn't have AI and all that stuff. So when somebody is watching or flying, if you're flying in something different than what they're flying in, it's going to be different. So you might be like, well, I don't know why they're doing this or why they're doing that. Well, because it might be different. For example, you know, Peyton was saying last night how, you know, leg page didn't need speeds and stuff. Now, I don't see how it wouldn't. But maybe his stuff isn't working right. I don't know what the reason is. But I know that in 2020, you don't set that stuff in the leg page, you're not taking off. I believe I proved that by trying to do 2 different flights that didn't work out. So you always got to keep in mind that different sims will act a little different in some way or another. Now let's talk about another area that I want to talk about, and with simming as well, and that's the different programs that are available to those of us that fly. There are going to be programs that we see that come and go. There's a group that I'm personally working with, very slowly, but working with, that has started some coding on stuff. Is it available? No, it's not. It needs more work done, and the ones working on it are very limited on time. So that makes it much slower with that alone. But I don't have, and I just want to put this out there so people understand, I don't have anything against any other developer that's out there. If the program is there and it works and it does what it needs to do, then I'm all about it. Do I try other things? Yeah, I do. But don't we all? And Brandon, I'm up here. I'm on the server if you want to join in on this topic. I know you said you did, but that's up to you. I'm not going to bend your arm back to have you come up. You can come up if you want. If you don't, that's fine too. But anyway, so the point is, I don't have any grudge on any other program out there. None at all. As long as I'm able to fly, that's what matters. Now, if it was up to me, I would show you guys some cool stuff with this program that's being worked on, but because of me being under a agreement, I can't say nothing. But it's not anything about, oh well, this is the best and it's going to be better than this and this. It's not that at all. If I could say, then I would, but I got to follow, agreements as well. So
yeah, people got to follow NDA agreements, folks.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to think that I'm like putting out there that, oh, this program's going to be better than yours. That's not what this is at all.
That's not what he's saying.
Not at all. The minute that I get the word that they say, hey, this is ready, go ahead and put videos about it, then I will 100%. 100%.
But until they say that, nobody can do videos or show.
Yeah, I mean, I was able to I can test it, but I'm limited on how much I test it when I'm live, because until it's out there for people to use, I can't even load it to where the reader will say the name or anything, because I don't want to, make nobody mad at me. So, anyway.
No, and if you break NDAs, you can get into some serious trouble.
Yeah, you can. But it's just my point that I've got no hard feelings against anybody's programs when it comes to flying. Now, there's been times that I've been flying with TFM when it would mess up and I would get aggravated. But who doesn't, right? There's times,
it's all part of it.
Just like with Say Intentions, there are times when it acts stupid and I get aggravated. But it doesn't mean that I think it's a bad program, or that I'm going to sit there and say, well, it ain't going to do no good, blah, 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 blah. So I just want people to understand that I fly just like everybody else. And I use the programs that are available to me just like everybody else. So it just kind of clears up the water if anybody thinks there's grudges or there's any type of venom being thrown. There's none whatsoever. And again, nobody might be thinking that at all. Maybe it's just people that are, making rumors that ain't really nothing. Who knows? But the one thing I know is I know that there's more than just me that don't have time for the drama and all that, because I had someone write me and they were asking for me to send the program to them.
Oh my goodness.
That they would help. One, there's really nothing that you could do anyways, because this program is based around flying with software for the visually impaired. So there's not much that you could really do. It's more of an audio based program than visual. So, and it's not up to me to say, okay, yep, you can test it. If it was, then I don't know, maybe I would. I don't know, but I just know that I can't. So, but at the end of the day, we all sim to have fun and to spread awareness, and I think that's what matters, is just flying, having fun, working together, helping when you can, and that's it. That's it. That we are a very the blind community is a small community compared to the rest of the semi community, and and I don't really look at it as being divided, because we don't gotta be. Software is being tinkered with and created and programmed all the time to make it better and better and better, so that we can fly just like everybody else, right?
I think, unfortunately, though, whether we want to admit it or not, sometimes we are, even in this community, we are divided. Unfortunately, it sucks.
I mean, there is some division there, yeah, but
yeah.
Oh, my Big Red's watered down.
Oh, I hate that.
absolutely
I want
horrible.
everybody. I want everybody to know that pot roast was really good, and there's none left.
Oh, he's digging. He is digging in the dirt now.
I just wanted to let everybody know that it's gone.
You ate all of it.
I ate every bit of it.
That officially makes you a pig.
Not really.
Because you said,
Technically, no.
you told me, come on down, there's enough for two. So that means you ate my share.
Well, you weren't here.
I'm going to have to tell David about this.
What was I going to do with it? I couldn't let it go to waste.
Put it in the microwave. I'll eat it when I get there. It might be a little on the not so good side then. You know what? I'd probably just give it to you then. Be like, you know what, Brandon? I don't want it. Go ahead.
I'd never serve food like that.
I'd be like, you can have it. It's all you. What in the world is this? Sorry, I found a piece saying, oh, that might, never mind, I know what that is. That went to my other microphone that I was, the microphone stand, rather.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to you know, to kind of clear up the water on that, you know, this ain't about, you know, I'm not against anybody. And that's where I'll leave it. Because, I mean, there's really nothing else to throw on it when it, you know, outside of that. It's, we fly what we can, we fly what we got, and, you know, just as an example of helping each other, I was having trouble with the 777. Josh had came up on the server, and he went through it with me, but he kind of went behind me / ahead of me instead of doing it at the same time, so I was still
Gold
off
Star International
on
9er Delta Whiskey.
what to do.
Contact Salt Lake Center on 132.4.
But he was there and he was trying
Blind
to assist.
Flight Simmer.
Salt Lake Center on
Yeah, we should all be here to have fun
Gold
and
Star
learn.
9er Delta Whiskey.
I'm a big believer in the power of the market. If a product is no good, it won't be used, and it will eventually fade away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blind Flight Simmer.
Gold Star 9er Delta
Products
Whiskey.
have to keep
Good
improving or
afternoon.
be the best at what they do
Maintaining
to
flight level
survive.
330.
Yep, I agree, Declan.
Gold Star 9er
Like
Delta
Declan
Whiskey, Salt
said,
Lake Center. Good afternoon.
products have to keep improving in order to survive, or they don't survive. And I agree with him 100% on that. And, you know, like, let me give you an example of helping out. So when Josh tried to help me out and we didn't really figure it out, I messaged Declan, and, you know, I said, Declan, hey, you know, just kind of just summing it up in a short story for you. Basically, this is what's going on. What, you know, what am I doing wrong here? Now, two things could have happened there. What are the two things that could have happened after I sent that message, Brandon?
Could have overlooked something.
Well, no, I'm saying, what are the two things that could have happened after I hit the send button? What are the two things that could have happened?
He could have ignored you and said, well, you're doing everything wrong, and it's, you know, something
Exactly. So
you're not doing right, but he didn't do that.
The point is, I messaged him and he responded. He didn't respond and say, figure it out yourself. Well, Declan's
Or it didn't happen to me.
Well, Declan's never done that, actually. Declan's always,
Yeah, I know.
if he can help, he will. That's just
I
always,
know.
that's always where he's been at with anybody. And so I messaged him, and he messaged me back telling me things. The thing also about the 777 is when I was flying it on with P3D, I didn't have them problems back then, which I couldn't remember all of it because it's been so long. But the reason I didn't have problems was because TFM, it worked with TFM a lot better. Everything changed with it on 2020, so trying to, which I'm not saying that it's not TFM's fault, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of stuff there that you really need to be able to do to really enjoy the flight.
Like when that alarm went off?
Well, yeah, I knew about that because of Declan. Declan came and said something over the stream and was like, hey, this is...
Yeah, I saw that where it didn't turn on the pack.
Yeah, the packs or whatever, it wasn't getting turned on or something of that effect. And then, I don't know, I think because I was messing with the generators and stuff, I hit something and it basically pretty much lost the flight plan. Like, it was still following the waypoints, but it wasn't doing the altitudes. Like, it wasn't doing... For example, I don't know if on the triple, if you change your altitude when you get to cruise or not, but when I tried that, it just started to descend like very quickly.
Oh dear.
And I knew at that point that it was time for descent, and it just wasn't following the way that I thought that it should have been. So I just canceled it. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to wait. Do I want to fly the triple? Absolutely. But I don't want to deal with the things that nothing can be done about at this time, because I thought it would go to cruise altitude and first officer would treat it just like the 737.
Well, I was actually going to ask you your verdict on that plane, but...
Well, I can still tell you that it's a good plane. 100%. The thing, like, not being able to adjust my trim, I thought, man, I'm going to have problems here.
I kind of thought that too, actually. I thought, oh boy,
but it does
going to be bad.
It still climbs pretty aggressively, but not to the extent to where it's, makes the flight a flunk. Yeah. I just barely pull back on my yoke with that one. You can't pull back on it like I do with the 7.3. If I pull back like I do with my 7.3, if I pull back on it like that with that one, it's going to jump up to 17, 18 degrees right off the bat. I mean, it's going to be gone with the wind, bro. Gone.
Yep.
But somehow or another, whatever I hit, whenever I went and did right bracket D for distance, it said 0. Now, I know it doesn't tell you on descent. TFM doesn't read that right now. But it was reading me distance, and I did something, and it went away, and I thought, well, whatever I did, whatever I flipped in the panels, it messed up the flight plan. Like, it was still flying, but it wasn't flying by the altitudes of the waypoints. So
yeah,
I'm like, oh boy, we got a problem. But hopefully, I can't wait until it does come to time when I can actually fly it with TFM and be able to fly it, because I want to be able to do them oceanics sometimes, especially at nighttime.
Oh yeah, that's the perfect time to do oceanic flights.
Yeah, doing oceanic while you're trying to, laying down. When I did that flight to Hawaii, I had my headset on while I was laying there in bed, like just listening to the airplane. But I just wanted, like Declan said, so on the business side of things, software is going to compete. There's going to be some competitiveness. But you keep it competitive on the business side only. Don't take it on a personal level and be like, well, screw Declan. That guy right there, he's on that stupid ass TFM and thinks he's all that and blah, blah, blah. Screw him. Go away, Declan. You think you're all that and think you're... No, like, that's just an example, by the way. I don't really mean that.
You innovate and compete business-wise, not personally.
Because at the end of the day, guys, here's the thing that I want people to understand is our community is not that big. We don't need divided stuff like that in our community. We just don't need that. We don't need that.
No, we got it everywhere else, but
Now,
we don't need it here.
I'm not going to say that there's not going to be people that there are people that I've met in the community that are just completely 100% absolutely just gone.
Yeah.
You know, don't get me started, because if you do, I'm going to start talking about, you know, putting a thermostat up here on the side of my yoke and get it to, you know,
could write a book on those people.
I want to control my cockpit temperature with my apartment temperature.
With my thermostat in the living room.
You know what? There's got to be a way to do that, and I think Declan's got the blueprints for it. Declan, I want them blueprints. I want to be able to fly and control my daggone temperature in my house the same as my airplane, and you need to stop holding back on me. You need to come off that damn blueprint and give it to me, bro.
And you need the Philadelphia Eagles paint scheme for the outside of your plane.
Are you trying to ruin your friendship with me, or are you just trying to just kill yourself altogether?
I'm saying that's another thing that guy said too. He said that a lot, actually.
We definitely do not need a Philly symbol on the outside of our airplane. No, we don't need that at all. Good Lord. You know, okay, but now going back to say this, though, about the guy. I don't hate him. I just think that some go beyond the spectrum.
Yes.
I think is the appropriate way, a better way to say that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to see everybody, you know, treating each other good and be the community that I know that we can be, right?
Yep.
Now, like I said, there are a few that I will not associate with. You know, I'm not going to say names, but there's one in particular that is just not normal in any way, and has unfortunately hurt people in ways that things should have been dealt with, and something should have been done, but unfortunately it wasn't. But that's, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, like we're all here to have a good time. That's the point. And just like the point that I made when I wasn't sure, I messaged Declan, and which I haven't talked to Declan much, but I've not talked to hardly anybody much really ever since 2024. I mean, to be quite frank about it,
that was a rough year.
It's took me a minute to get back in the loop of things, and I'm still getting there, but I'm mostly there. Mostly, I'd say I'm 70% there. But let's see where we are, what we got going on here. 58 minutes till descent. We don't got far to go, really. So that altitude, okay, if we got to go around, we got to do holding at 6,000 feet. I don't like to go around, so hopefully I don't have to. So the runway's 2098, 2,900. So that's almost 3,000. We're going to set the altitude for 4,000, I think. Because once it catches the ILS, it's not going to pay attention to that anyways. So I think we'll set it. I think we'll set it to 4,000.
Computer, what time is it?
And if it doesn't work properly, then we'll know it's Brandon's fault.
It's not my fault. I didn't do anything.
Now, Brandon, you just told me to do that. I said, I think we'll set it to 4,000. You said, yeah. So.
Hey, you were the one flying that thing.
Easy killer. Easy killer. No, I'm just kidding. But I will. This is the other thing I want to say too about flying to different airplanes, and I'm guilty of it. The first day I went to fly, you cannot jump out of a 737 and jump into a 777 with the mindset
of a 737.
Of a 737, you can't. Same, and they're not by no means. And you know, it just shows too that when TFM is coded in such a way to where it does tell you everything. For example, right now when you do execute something, TFM doesn't tell you. You know, all them things. Speaking to that guy right there, he is. What's up, Declan?
Oh, hey guys, there we go. You got me.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, now we got you. I was just telling people that, you know, when people can't expect TFM to work perfect with 2020 on the free version because it was never done for 2020. It was done for P3D.
P3D.
So, you know, to expect TFM to do all that, you just can't. Not with the free one that's out there right now, anyways.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, and it's just not supported anymore. You know, there's things in there that are pretty old and need ripping out. You know,
and I gotta tell you, the thing that I'm used to is when I'm doing something, I'm used to TFM giving me some indication that okay, you executed, or okay, you know, and so it made it a little challenging not knowing, like, okay, did I have to execute that? Did it execute? So that
it's confusing. Yeah, and the triple doesn't do that either. Like even in the triple when TFM is working in P2D, you don't get this execute thing for the the init page where you put all the cruise data and all this stuff. It just automatically completes.
Yeah, it just does it. Yeah,
it's pretty automatic playing. You know, it's quite.
It's pretty amazing advanced. Because even like, you know, in the real world, like this, you got to treat it with respect. Pass or nowhere, because this plane like you to do things a certain way.
You know, that plane, that 777 reminds me of this old certain way, and you better be double anywhere.
At the leg page, I don't put speeds in the leg page. I don't put altitudes. Listen, okay, maybe you don't. I don't remember exactly on P3D, but I don't see how you're even. I don't see how you're even setting your flap page, you know, where you guys set your flap and speeds for takeoff without the leg page being completed. I don't even see how that's possible. But maybe there's something.
Yeah, you always need that. You always need that. Otherwise, the VNAV's not going to work. If you have no altitudes, VNAV doesn't even know.
Yeah, like
what your profile.
What is it going to do? So. Yeah, it's not going to know.
You need altitudes unless you're going to hand fly it the whole way.
And
I don't know.
And I don't know. Does the 777 does it? Because it seemed like when I first did my flight plan today, which I didn't have no problems really, but when I first did it, like on my leg page, it, like the first two lines were blank. Then the third line said like 10,000 A, and then the rest of it was still partially like waypoints were there, but no speeds. Well, then I went and found the weather and loaded it. And I don't know if it's because the wind didn't update, like the weather didn't update on its own like it's supposed to, or if that's what you got to do. I don't know, but it seems like when I did that, everything fell into place. once it got.
It might have just taken a while. It does take a while to calculate it all. The altitudes that you're seeing are the reason they're in there is because they're the SID, they're the published SID restrictions. So like when it says like, okay, you got to be above 10,000, like they're in the Navigraph.
Oh, okay.
Data. Oh wow, okay.
The other ones are the ones at the plate. You know what? They'll be more specific. It'll be like, okay, you're going to be at 9,332. Very, very specific.
Yeah.
And that depends on what the plane calculates, and that it takes a while sometimes. So
see, that's what I thought, and that's
Gold
what I was
Star
telling
International
Josh. I
9er
said,
Delta Whiskey. Contact Salt Lake Center on 125.925.
I was just going too fast because once
switching to Salt Lake Center on 125.925.
Waiting for a little bit,
Gold Star
I
9er
went back
Delta
and
Whiskey.
everything was there. I just had to keep waiting and waiting. You could, and there's nothing you can do to speed it up. Like it's going to go at its speed no matter what you do.
Gold Star 9er Delta
And
Whiskey.
if it's not
Evening
ready, it ain't
maintaining
ready.
flight level 330.
So I got to remember
gotta
when
be
I'm
careful.
doing an oceanic, I got to wait quite a bit for the
Gold
reef
Star
to,
9er Delta Whiskey, Salt Lake
load and
Center. Good
generate.
evening.
I mean, you need to just worry about doing a 737 starting out because you
I'm going to.
You jump into a 777, you're going to be lost. I guarantee it. 100%
I've already
certainty.
lost, like with all the key commands you were going over earlier. I was
So
like,
Declan,
man,
what
this
do
is a lot to remember.
What do you think about say intentions? What is your thoughts on that? I wanted to ask you that the other day when I messaged you, but
dude, it's amazing, right? It's amazing. I mean,
it is.
I remember trying it for the first time a year ago, and it's just been revolutionary. I mean, to have like 24/7 ATC, that's actually realistic, and you can speak to it. I mean, it's an incredible training tool as well. Like people are so nervous to go on VATSIM when they join the community. Now we just say, okay, well, you can go on same tensions, and if you mess up, it's not the end of the world, but you'll learn so much.
Yeah,
by doing
exactly.
that.
Yeah, and you definitely
Well, it'll
do.
get me back into practice for VATSIM too, because I haven't been on in several years, and
Now,
that'll really help me.
I have had a few times when I've been flying and say intentions messed up on giving me headings, but I think that once, like they'll get, and I don't know if you've ran into that or not, but like me, I feel like it might say, like say you're at 21,000 and it'll say, go to 4,000 or above heading blah blah blah. I feel like it would do better if it told you, tell you 4,000 or above, but tell you from where you're at which heading. Like, did it want? Because maybe it wants me to wait till I'm at 4,000. Like I said, it might be me.
Yeah, that's what I was.
But,
that was what I was wondering earlier too. Like, do you have to be at the altitude and then turn to the heading, or does it want you to be at the heading before you get to the altitude?
Because it just come
It
on.
wants you to turn straight away, basically. But it does this. It gets you high sometimes. Like, and the thing is, guys, it's AI, so it sometimes makes strange decisions. It's not perfect.
Right.
Like the other day, I mean, it tried to get me to land on. I think the winds were like 120 right into Minneapolis, and Minneapolis has got like runway 12 left and right. So I was all set up for runway 12, and for some reason, it's suddenly changed my approach to runway 30 left, which then I was really high. We had to dive to try and catch up, and it doesn't make much sense because the winds don't match, But it's AI, It's like if you use ChatGPT for things, it's not. It's really, really good, but it's not infallible.
It's
Watch it.
I think it should give you headings based on right where you are at that moment, and then also tell you like, okay, climb to, descent to 4,000 or above, turn to whatever. It's fine that they do that, but I feel like, of course, you can ask them too, guys. That's the other thing. You can go back and ask them, what heading do I need to be at right now, and they will tell you. So that was the other thing I noticed, like, did I need to turn? Well, then I ask them a heading, and they're giving me that same heading, so I'm like, okay, yeah, so I should have turned like 2 minutes ago.
Sure.
So, like,
yeah. You also have to turn by when it tells you. That's like if you delay it, then it has to give you a whole new heading. So like, and sometimes it will do this thing where it'll say, okay, it'll give you headings, and then it'll suddenly say, go back direct to this waypoint.
Yeah, it did that to me.
The ILS.
Yep.
Then you got to go straight back on L. You got to put the waypoint and then go on to LNAV, again.
Yeah.
So, and that's a bit unrealistic. They don't normally do that in the real world, really. But
I was
yeah.
getting ready to land at Los Angeles the other day, and it did that, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. I'm right here,
Yeah,
and you're
I
telling me
remember
to like completely go off track here. What the hell is going on? Like, come on, the hell. But it's an amazing program. I thought that
It really is.
I thought the other program was going to be accessible, but then we found out that they're not even.
Beyond.
Yeah, Beyond ATC.
Yeah, Beyond ATC. It kind of disappoints me they're not. But
yeah,
I do
nice
like
to
this
be able
program.
to use both. But yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think Beyond ATC, I don't think we can use that at all, can we? I mean, I've not tried. But
Not to my knowledge, no.
No. I mean, there were some visually impaired people on the beta, but, you know, he's just, and it happens sometimes, the developers, they say, oh, yeah, we're really interested, we're going to add it, and then they just kind of
fade
drag
out
their heels and never do it.
Yeah, they just fade out.
So
yeah,
it's not a priority.
And that's the thing, you know, like Declan was saying earlier, especially now, you know, AI is out. You're going to see people, either they're going to say, yeah, we're going to create it, and they do it all the way. Some that do it half the way, and then they just, they get wet feet and walk out. It's going to happen.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot, we're going to see a lot of that. I guarantee it. But, like Declan said earlier, it's about being a stable program and continuing to be the program that works. Right? Like
Well, I think the good thing here with AI is we've got choice. Whereas, like, 3-4 years ago, we really didn't have many choices, you know?
Yeah. I know, 100. I mean, you know, this is me speaking on a personal capacity, right? Because I'm on the TFM team, so I'm not going to speak for TFM on here.
Right.
The unfortunate, and TFM has been fantastic and will do great things as well. But the unfortunate thing with TFM is it's had a monopoly for years and years.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think TFM's done this because it's still moving forward. But what can happen with programs is they get lazy. You know, there's nothing challenging them. So it's good to have. We want competition. You know, hell, you want to come and beat TFM? Come and beat TFM. You know, and I will happily use whatever other program is there.
Right.
Like,
if it works, I'm using it.
that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then TFM will say, okay, now we need to step our game up. This is, you know, it's good. We want competition. We don't want
it's good to have innovation,
but we want competition.
Yeah, it motivates you to stay aware. You know, like Declan said, some companies just get to where they're like, oh well, we're good. We don't need to change because we're that good. And then next thing you know, that company falls out because they've been put under the water. I mean, simple as that.
I think you're seeing that a lot in the mainstream companies, unfortunately. You're seeing a lot of companies get complacent and, oh, we're really good. We don't really need to do anything else to innovate.
And at the same time, the more that we see these airplanes being created, they're going to get smarter and smarter and smarter. And you know what? You got to ask, does that make it easier? Or does it make it harder? To me, I don't know, because you put AI in it, and it's like the right program with AI can do some pretty amazing stuff. But
I think AI has really revolutionized a lot of stuff within the short few years we've had it.
Flight sim. So many different planes that people could, you know, people got to understand how long a development process takes. I mean, just to do the 777, you know, it takes time.
Yeah.
There's so many other planes out there. If other companies or individuals want to go and tackle other planes, you know, I mean, TFM, we can't do everything in one go, you know. Nobody can. And there's only so many people.
Well, and people got to remember,
there's all these new planes.
TFM has 1, 2, maybe 3. I mean, I don't know how many programmers, but I'm just giving a rough estimate. 1, 2, or 3 programmers.
One active developer.
Okay, so one active.
So in terms of development, yes. In terms of the team, it's much bigger than that. But development, I mean, we've said this publicly, so it's not private info.
Yeah.
We have one programmer. You know, that's all we have.
Right.
So.
And you lay that beside a company that's got 15 people that's sitting behind keyboards 8 hours a day.
Yep.
Obviously, that one's going to be quicker. Obviously, it's going to. So, people's got to understand the time frame and why. Why is the time frame that? Well, you got one person programming. You know, and they got to have time to breathe. I mean,
well, and they got to take breaks too, and they got to eat, and they got to sleep, and they do everything else.
And it's a lot. Like, it's a lot. But TFM at the end of the day, it's changed our aviation for sure. 100% has changed our ability to fly is because of TFM. Anybody that would say that that's not accurate, I'd have to tell them that they're idiots, because
considering where we came from with this year plane versus now with TFM, you're absolutely right. It's been a game changer.
Well, yeah, 100%. You wouldn't have flown any plane at that matter, and here you are flying payware. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, and it's okay. Yeah, so it's one company of planes that we're flying, but there's still, you know, you got the 737, you got the 7. Well, I think even the 600 you can fly. I think.
The whole lineup, yeah.
Yeah, so the whole lineup under PMBG, that's quite a few airplanes, really. I mean, I think 2020 is getting ready to come out with another one, right?
Yeah, they're doing the 747.
Or 2020, yeah.
Eventually the MAX as well, for PMBG.
Now that would be a fun one to fly.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Oh, the MAX? Yeah,
but
that'd be
TFM,
good.
like, if TFM disappeared, you know, and again, this is public info, so I can say.
Right.
The whole reason that the task force team was created was I think it was just a little over a year ago. There was obviously plans to take TFM payware, and that was necessary to keep TFM going.
Yeah.
However, the plan was that TFM was going to be taken down, the free version, and a lot of people kicked up a fuss, and rightly so, me included. And I said, you know, if you're going to do this, we will put TFM on other sites available for people to download. You cannot continue the development process and remove access to TFM for simmers to download in the meantime.
Right, because you're basically shutting. You're shutting everything out.
Yeah. You're shutting people out.
Yeah.
So at that point we said okay, and that's when there was discussions and the task force was formed. You know, the task force role is to kind of guide the strategy of TFM.
Well, and it's
so, you know,
it's organized. That's the thing. Like, it's not that every person is programming, because they're not. Like, you got obviously Andy. Everybody knows that's not a secret.
Yeah.
Andy's the programmer here.
Yeah,
be glad I'm not programming it, otherwise it'd be a mess.
And I think you know, I mean, like the one guy, Rob. He knows programming, but what I'm saying is everybody's got their own responsibilities within the force, like
the team.
You know, so.
Yeah, so Rob oversees the beta process. I am communications. Gus is like logistics. Andy is the main programmer. We've got some documentation people. We've got the current beta people. You can see all this on the website too under the blog post. So again, it's all, you know,
it's all public.
Yeah, I see the emails that you send out to the email list, Declan. I try to read them whenever I can.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
so that's just my job, you know.
And people's got to remember that the thing to expect for sure is when TFM is released, like even just the version for 777, okay, it's no longer freeware, so that means you're paying for it, and that means if you're paying for it, you're going to get what you're paying for. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were to continue to get it free, it's probably not going to be as good as what it is now that it's payware. I mean, it'd be what it is now.
No.
You know,
it would probably be abandoned. It probably wouldn't exist because there are, again, I can't say too much, but there are infrastructure costs and also the amount of time that has to be put in. It just could not be sustained. So TFM would have disappeared. So you kind of go, do you want it to become payware or do you want it to disappear? You know,
right.
If those are the options, it's kind of obvious what you're going to choose.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I was just having a conversation with someone the other day, and like I said, you know, the programmer here, Andy, you know, he went to college to do this for a reason, and one of the reasons behind it is also career. Like, if he's spending 7-8 hours a day punching at that keyboard, then he should get paid for that. He should get paid for putting in the hard work behind doing the programming side of it, you know. So there's a lot of reasons why payware is different from freeware.
Yeah. I mean, if people think TFM going payware is going to make a ton of money, then you know they gotta do the maths, because it just isn't. I mean, if you think about how many people are in our community, it's not going to make. And that's not the point. You know, the point is just to. I mean, it might make a little bit of money, but most of that's probably going to go back into you know, further development.
Yeah, back into development.
Like, the point is just to sustain it. There are infrastructure costs, server costs. There are, you know, and things that need to be sustained. And if we don't have an ability to sustain it, it has to then come out of a developer's pocket.
Well, and just think about it. Like, what is the one? What's that? I always forget the name of that company. They always go to the expo, but their airplanes are not accessible at all.
X-Plane.
X-Plane. Now, you look at a company like that, they've got thousands and thousands of dollars sitting behind them to guide them any direction they want to go.
Well, and they're multi-platform too.
TFM is not like that. It's not like Andy and them sitting on $40,000 or $100,000 or whatever.
Sure, I wish to. Yeah, can we have some? Spread it amongst the team. We'll all go and buy a private island. Yeah, I don't think so.
Exactly. So
I bet you guys would like that.
I mean that.
Oh yeah.
I think anybody would like that for sure.
Right.
It's one of them things. I mean, we've maybe got 30, 40, 50 people. I mean, it's tough to say in the community, you know, but like active people. There may be more, but so TFM ain't going to be, you know, a major profit maker, but that's okay. It's not meant to be. It's just keep it going, you know.
Exactly.
Just, be there to help us fly and stuff. So I think that's a good thing. Even if it's not going to be a huge money maker, you know, we have a way to access a plane.
And you know, and right now, really, there's no room for people to say any complaint, because at least you can still fly while the other stuff's being programmed. You can still fly like the 737. That's 100%. You don't. There's really not no major flaws with that. I mean, there's
like everything. There's some bugs, but you know, no software is bug free.
No software is perfect.
Yeah. And so,
but you can do what you need to do for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the big thing. That was why people, you know, and like I said, myself included, kicked up a fuss and said, hang on a minute, you can't, you know, because this was last year. So imagine if development had continued, but for a whole year up until now, even more, TFM had been taken down. The freezing.
That would have been.
And I thought this is not acceptable. You know, it's essentially saying to new simmers, if you want to get into simming, you know, nothing you can do. You can't get to them. So.
Minimums.
Yeah, you just gotta wait.
Well, that worried me when I heard that. I was like, wait a minute, he's
We're expecting the ILS approach for runway.
Don't do that.
26 left. The minimum
and it
altitude
wasn't
is
intentional.
200
It's just
feet.
when you're one guy
We'll use auto brakes
creating a program.
We can expect to park
it's tough
at
to be the
Delta
programmer and to
3-2.
look at the
In
bigger
case of
picture,
go around,
strategy,
we'll
and
climb
the
for
business model.
ATC instructions
You know,
on the
you need
runway
other
heading.
people around
Any
you.
questions?
You need people who are connected
I'm
to
good.
the community. Because who knows, maybe
Descent
but I would
checklist
say
completed.
I know most people in
Gold
the community.
Star
I speak
International
to most
Niner
people
Delta
on a pretty
Whiskey,
regular
contact Salt Lake
basis.
Center on 127.7.
So I know kind of if there's a
Switching
general
to Salt Lake
consensus
Center on
that something is,
127.7.
this
Gold
is a
Star Niner
terrible
Delta
idea,
Whiskey.
then I'll know about it and I'll go back and say, right, we need to think about how we do this, because this is not being
well, and
received.
it's just like any other business that's ran.
Salt Lake Center,
You
Gold
can't
Star
run
Niner
a
Delta
business by
Whiskey.
yourself.
Good evening,
You
maintaining
gotta
flight level
have
330.
people that, let's just,
Gold Star Niner Delta
and
Whiskey,
easy
Salt
way
Lake
of
Center,
putting
good
it,
evening.
to kind of keep you in check. So constructive criticism is something that will push you to do better, right? And so TFM, they got a team of people. So Declan or Rob can say, well, wait a minute, Andy, we better not do that, because if we do, okay, well, what do you guys think? And everybody else is like, yeah, he's right, we better not do that. So then Andy's going to be like, okay, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about it that way. You know, so having a group is
I
better
think it is
than
good to have
being
a team
by
around it,
yourself.
look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we
Absolutely,
would
it
rather
is.
that, you know. I would always rather if someone has a question about why TFM is doing something, as long as it's not something under NDA. If they have a question, okay, why did you choose to, you know, you do the 777 first, or why this? Come and put it in the groups, or come and send an email, and I will certainly tell you from my perspective why we did it.
I actually was curious about that. Why y'all chose the 777 first?
So the main reason was because our logic was people can already fly the 737, so we could spend all the time initially working on this and release it, and people would like it because it's going to be a cool new version.
But they're already flying it. Yeah.
Yeah. But the triple is a whole new plane in MSFS. It's a whole new platform, and there's a lot of different options for the triple. So
yeah,
you've got
exactly.
the 300, the freighter, the one that's coming out with the 3 new engines. You got the General Electric, the Pratt and Whitney, and the Rolls Royce. So it just gives people, and also people right now, they don't really have a good long haul plane.
No.
I mean, you've got the business jet, but it's not, you know, it's a small plane. It's not really.
I'm just gonna say I hate that fucking plane. I'm just gonna say that. I hate that fucking. Listen, that thing takes off like a fucking rocket, dude. It's fucking out of control. Out of control, dude.
It's a little sports car now.
I'm telling you.
We still can't figure out why you went descending crazily when you got up to cruise that day.
I don't know. Like it could have been a number of things, Brandon. The anti-ice could have been on when it shouldn't have, or it could have been off when it shouldn't have. I don't know, but I also know if you hit your enter key in 2020, don't do that. Don't fucking do that, because whatever it does, it'll make your plane start descending and going absolutely nuts. So I don't know what it is that it does, but I caught myself. I'd been up really late and I was getting tired and I was starting to doze off, so my finger was holding down on the enter key. And I woke up and I was at like minus 8,200 feet a minute. I'm like, oh fuck, what is going on? So I hit enter again, and after I hit enter, it straightened out. But yeah, I don't know, Brandon. I don't know what. I don't think it was because it was a business jet why it did that. I just don't like that jet with the way that. I mean, I don't hate it. Let me rephrase that. I don't hate the jet, but you got to be careful how you take off and how you land with that thing, because it is.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of how it climbs, how quick it climbs.
I'd be okay with the climbing. It's I think it was more my yoke before I got my yoke straightened out, because I'd pull back on the yoke with that thing and it would jump to like 19 almost instantly on climbing out. So I think it might have been my yoke more than actually the business jet, but I don't know. It is what it is. But like Declan said, everybody's got the 737 that they can fly right now. Right. So when you put it out there like that, it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense now that I know about that.
Yeah, maybe people have other opinions on it, and so, but that's what I say. You know, I would never want people to say that TFM is not transparent. You know, if ever people want to know the logic on a certain decision, or they don't understand something,
ask.
Mm-hmm.
You know, put it. Don't just complain about it. You know, put it out there, and then we can explain the logic, and maybe then so you can say, oh well, that doesn't make sense to me. Well, you know, that's fine. We can talk about it, and you know, maybe we'll say, actually, yeah, you're making a great point. Let's change our strategy here.
I mean, it's
if you don't tell us, we don't know.
And it's like, you know, people will still email me and be like, well, what's Andy going to... Look, I don't know what Andy's going to do, but you could find out just as easy by sending an email to the group, and they can tell you. Like,
yeah, we'll tell you what we can, yeah.
Just because I fly TFM don't mean I know everything on TFM, guys, because I don't.
Yeah. I mean, the comm strategy of TFM in previous years has been... It was difficult because a lot of things would get said, and then it was all sort of like, oh, we're going to do this, and then it didn't happen, you know, whatever. And that's, like I said, that's just what happens. It's not intentional, but
Well,
when you've got
and you
one
know,
guy doing it,
the
this
biggest
happens.
complaint that I've seen is people would talk about the things that TFM would put out, the surveys or whatever, and then they're like, oh well, they didn't do it. We did it on the survey and they didn't do it. I heard that so many times. This is before you guys made it, payware.
Yeah.
Like complaining about the survey not following what the people say, and I'm like, well, it still goes back to it's one person.
Yeah. So now we just talk when we have something to say. If we have an announcement, we'll make the announcement, but we're not going to be putting out a statement every week. So, oh, this is what's happening next week. People don't need to know that, and you can't guarantee that's going to be accurate.
So is TFM going to have a? Well, I guess people could just ask, but basically, where you guys are asking people like, what would you want to see on? Like, for example, let's say the 7. Like, let's say it was something new coming out again, like the Max or something like that. Are you guys going to have, where you guys are asking people what they want to see, or are you guys going to kind of just go off of what it's been and just put them features there that you kind of already know that people's going to want? Is that kind of how you all base it now?
Oh no, we'll be taking community. So obviously the 777 is the current project. I'm trying to think what we said publicly. So there'll be the current project. Then there'll be the 7.3, and that's just bringing both of them to the same standard as P3D.
Right.
I mean, they'll be even better, but catching them up basically. Then it will be a decision to make on what happens next. What are we going to try and focus on, and that will be something we get the community input on. We don't know what time that will be. So whether the 747 will have released, or whether the Max will have released, who knows. Well, but we will definitely get community input. We won't just decide and then tell everyone.
Like I told people before, on this 777 with 2020, there is a difference between the one on 2020 and P3D. The one on 2020, I'm telling you guys, like, it matches the real thing almost to a freaking T. Like, the video I was watching that did the tutorial, even outside looking at the truck, which is the landing gear, all the way down to levers that are on the landing gear, like pointing out like little bitty things that don't even matter to us. It's there, like the back steering to the back steering on the wheels, the lever that controls it. It's all there. Like, they match it almost to a T. So
yeah, it's crazy.
You can't say, well, if it did it in P3D, it's going to be the same in 2020, because it is not the same. It is not. There's a difference in quality, maybe not control as far as like the way you do things. I mean, obviously the CDU is the CDU, but
right.
It's like Declan had said, it's 2020 is a totally different ballpark. Totally different ballpark.
Declan, I am curious, just for my curiosity, are y'all at some point, maybe if the community says, are y'all maybe looking at maybe the fly-by-wire Airbus A380 as well, or is that a no-go?
It's definitely not a no-go. If we can get an Airbus, at the moment the fly-by-wire is in pole position to be the Airbus we will get, because of the fact that it's open source, and so we don't need a whole development team to support us. We can have.
Oh, you know what? I didn't know that. I didn't know that was open source.
Yeah. They have all sorts of people contributing. It's open source and free.
Wow. Pretty good plane for being free. Like, I've got it installed, and man, it's a nice airplane, but we just can't fly it. Like, even AI can't even start that thing up. Like, it won't even start it. AI won't. If you start it out, I think it starts out automatically. It starts out shut off, but
yeah, you'd have to use first officer, and you could probably do that if you bought the license. But obviously, you wouldn't be able to access the
They disabled the ability to do control E on it.
Oh, first officer has a license.
He just released one for the A380. Yeah, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive. That is impressive.
So yeah, eventually 100%. Like, you know, we have the Boeings. We would love to get an Airbus. And fly-by-wire does the 320 Neo and the A380. So that's a short haul and a long haul. So, I mean, they'd be fantastic options.
Talking about a new learning curve, that would be a new learning curve for everybody because it's not going to be like the CDU that we see now. It's going to be totally different.
Oh, it's going to be totally different.
I mean, even the way it operates, it's from my understanding anyways, it's all different than what we're used to seeing. Yep. I don't know what the flight bag even, or whatever it's called, what that even looks like. I don't know if it's laid out like a CDU is, like 1 through 6 on each side. I don't know, but it'd be something to learn, and everybody be learning at the same time. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I have to caveat it. It's not really in TFM's hands. Part of it is in fly-by-wire's hands because we need the EFB, we need the flight bag, really. So it's not like if TFM could do it now, you know, let's just go and do it. We do need certain things.
Yeah, and you know,
you know, we would put a lot of energy into that, into getting them to do that. So.
I was thinking about an email that I got probably about 2 weeks ago. I wonder at that point when the 777 comes out, maybe that'd be a good time to throw a podcast out there. We haven't done one for a minute, so maybe that would be, because then you can talk about it, right? Like it's able to be talked about. You know what got done, what is it? So, with that said, somebody was asking about podcasts a couple of weeks ago. Let me know, and if so, we'll plan to put something together after it's been released. That way the podcast is out there if you guys want to do it.
Yeah, we can look at that. And we also have a live stream on the TFM channel coming up in a few weeks with a Q&A with the team. So if people got questions, then there's a Google Doc, not a Google Doc, a Google form that I created and put on the groups and the mailing list. So if you have questions and you're watching, like go and put them in there, you know, and then watch the stream or chat in the stream. You know, this is, like I said, we aim to be transparent, so we'll be talking about any questions we can answer. Then we will. Yeah,
exactly. But yeah, I can't even remember. It's been a while since we've done a podcast. That's been a minute. That has definitely been a. I'm wanting to say 2023 is the last podcast that we did. I think.
Probably, man. Yeah, I don't think we did one last year. I'm not sure.
We've said this before, though. The podcast was never put on like a once-a-month schedule. It was put on when something new comes out, then we'll podcast on it. Well, there's been nothing new. I mean, honestly. There's been nothing new.
Expecting to arrival. We'll plan descent in about 20 minutes. Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll get it on soon.
Guys, I'm going to jump out of here for a few minutes and go make a couple of phone calls. But it's great talking to you again, Declan. I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah,
you too.
Brandon, I'll catch up with you when this is all done, dude, and we'll get together on that other stream after this is all done.
Okay. All right.
Get a hold of Casey, definitely. See if he's wanting to do that. See if you can get a hold of him.
Yeah, I've left him. I texted him earlier while we were just talking. I haven't heard back, so.
We'll try to hit him out again. Let me know.
I will.
All right, dude. We'll see you.
All right.
Yeah.
We don't got far to go, guys. 152 miles till descent. And then, I almost forgot where I was going. I'm like, where am I going? Oh, yeah, Las Vegas. Yeah. No, I like the 737. If you know, maybe when the new version of TFM comes out, maybe I'll dedicate myself more to the 777. But at this point, I'm a 737 person. I mean, that's what I fly pretty much around the clock. I don't know about you. I don't know if that's your go-to plane right now. I guess it would be. I mean, besides the testing that you do, but.
Yeah, well, you know, since the sound pack came out, I mean, the 777 needs a sound pack.
Oh, it does.
It really does. Yeah.
It sounds pretty bad, to be honest. In fact, even the P3D one sounds better than that.
Yeah, it's not like when I flew with it and actually got to do a flight with it today and got taken off and all that. I was not impressed with all of it. Even the wind sound and the engines, you're hearing them, you know, as you're climbing, and it's like, man, what is that?
It's very synthetic. Yeah. The 7.3 pack is amazing. Like, you know, that guy is a magician. I mean,
if he would do a sound back for the triple like he did the 7.3, I'm almost 100% it'd be amazing. It'd be
I think
freaking
he did
amazing.
a sound pack for that A350 that just came out from ID Builds too, and it sounds really good.
Yeah, he does a lot of sound packs. Yeah, he's great.
It's actually disappointing with the sounds that the 777 comes with on 2020. That's, to me, that's a disappointment with it being 2020 and it sounding the way it sounds. Like, it's
PMDG, their sound design is not, for the price you pay. I mean, the fly-by-wire planes are free and they sound amazing. You know, PMDG.
Yeah,
exactly. They charge a lot for their aircraft. You know, they're kind of dinosaurs in a way. They've been around for decades, and I think they got to evolve a little bit. And their sound design.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
they definitely need to evolve because, you know, I think when I got because I've got the 300 and I've got the F now, and I just bought the F, and it was on a little bit of a discount, and I'm just like, okay, this is going to be good. I mean, because the regular price, I think, is like $79 or something like that. $75, $79,
it's
$80.
not cheap, yeah, and they charge for each one that you buy.
Yeah,
so
and it's like, if you're paying that much, you all need to get your game on and get your act together and give some good sound. I mean, my gosh.
I mean, the KAI sound packs is tolerable, but compared to Boris, it doesn't hold.
Even the default sound pack for the 737 sounds way better than the default of the 777. I mean,
I don't know what they did with the triple. Like I said, even P3D sounds
I don't know,
That's
dude.
got a worse sound engine. So
yeah, they definitely didn't do something, or they just got in a hurry with it. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, because I know Boris, the 7.3 guy, said he's not making one, but he said he's not making one for the triple because he knows someone who's making one that's going to be really good. So
okay.
He's left them. So hopefully there's going to be one, because it's a great plane. I mean, the triple, I mean, you can fly like 15, 16 hours straight. You can carry a major load.
Yeah, over 8,000 miles.
It's a crazy plane.
Or over 7,000 miles. Like.
Yeah, so it's still a cool plane, and it don't get me wrong, it doesn't sound like, it's not like you can't fly it or anything. It's
right.
It could be so much better. You know?
It could. Like the pilot, the pilot in that tutorial video, you know, he's a real pilot for the 777, and he said that, you know, this plane, there's really nowhere in the world you couldn't fly to. You could get to anywhere in the world in this thing, pretty much. There's nowhere you can't go in it. And I mean, it does amazing on approach too. Like it picks up the ILS and stuff amazingly.
Yeah.
Not that the 737 is not good, because it is a good plane, but it's also for
you got Command B to worry about.
Yeah. But yeah, I think before I flew it, I showed it to people on the live stream because I'd mentioned getting it. So I think that's about all I'm going to give to them on the 777 until it's ready to be used with TFM. Just not that I don't enjoy flying it, but I like to know what's going on, and I don't know, like, you know, some people might have a different opinion on that, but me myself, when I'm flying, I like to be able to know what is going on. Like, You know, okay, how is my speed? How is my, you know, all these things? And right now, we just don't have that. We just don't have it. You got to rely on first officer to do things, and that's not.
That's set. Yeah, I know. You're trying to get it to set the speed.
Oh,
set speed 180. Oh, set speed 0. No, you totally miss.
Or it keeps coming back and says set speed 1. I'm like, no, I did not say set speed to 1. What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell?
Or sometimes it'll just say checked and then set this completely wrong thing.
Yeah, it's not great.
The thing that I find a bit odd about first officer is I remember before the older version, if something went wrong and you restart it, it would pick up where you left off. It's not like that now. You restart it now and you could.
It tries to do the flow.
Yeah, it wants to do flows and all this stuff, and it's like whatever he did. I don't know. I don't know what he did, but I liked it before. If you had to restart it and it looked and said, "Oh,
yeah, when you
okay, you're at cruise altitude, so we know you're there. This is where we're going to put you." But now it's like you don't want first officer to restart. That's the last thing you want. Trust me, you don't want that.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
I mean, in my opinion, the guy is just focused on too much. He's tried to add like this whole career system, you know, and all these. I mean, the airline SOPs thing is cool, but I don't know. It just used to work, you know. It used to work just fine, and the more he's adding, it just seems to be more and more unstable. It does weird things.
I don't even use that part of it. I don't even use the company or
all the
schedule
passenger
thing.
Loading and everything. Yeah. No.
Does it?
Like.
Is it supposed to simulate passenger loading? Because
I mean, it does kind of. It kind of like simulates a countdown timer with a sound. It's not really all that great.
Oh, because I guess you got to have the company turned on to get that part of it. Because I've never heard it do that.
No, you can turn it on in the ground settings. Like you can turn on the passenger, you know, but like you can have the company on or off, but.
So it's just a sound of people boarding, I'm guessing, pretty much.
Yeah, and a countdown timer of like how many passengers are boarding. Like you can't see nothing. It's not like GSX where you can like see passengers come on and all that, you know. But
let's be honest, we can't see nothing anyways, can we?
Well,
so that part really shouldn't matter to us. It's the what are you looking for, Josh? Are you seeing something better than me? Because I mean, I got limited vision and I still don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is like, you know, if he wants to go out, maybe he should make it. I don't know, just a more. I don't know, like a more of a game, like simulation for it. Like add. I didn't even know if it really simulates an economy all that well. Like especially when like. Tickets and all that stuff like that. I mean, it simulates in-depth, you know.
Well, there's so many dedicated things out there that already do that. It's like, what, you know, you don't have to put everything in one program, dude. Like,
well, like the one guy, like the one guy said, there's already a passenger program out there that works pretty good, which is PAX. I mean, if you want simulation,
there's loads,
PAX does
self-loading cargo. I know some people, you know.
Yeah, self-loading.
It's dodgy. GSX can board passengers. You know, if you want a career, then there's shit tons of stuff for careers.
Oh, there's so much, dude. So much. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the most popular ones now aren't accessible. Like On Air is not accessible. There's FS Passengers 2 or whatever, or not FS Passengers 2. There's Passenger 2 or whatever it is. That's
yeah.
I don't
buying that.
I don't even think, is that even accessible, the Passengers 2? I didn't think so.
No,
I bought it and it's totally inaccessible.
No, I got the trial. It's like
you know how many freaking I've done that too many times where I went and bought stuff and it not even be accessible. I'm like, motherfucker. I can't even write them back and be like, I want my money back because it don't work. What am I going to say? I want the money back because I knew it was inaccessible to begin with. I've definitely lost a little bit of money. Actually, I've lost money. If you look at, we all have. If you look at going from P3D to 2020, we have all lost some money there for sure. That's why
a lot of add-ons for P3D.
That's why I said, like, if I come across someone that can't do 2020 and they're on P3D, like, or they want to fly but they don't want 2020, at this point, like, I'm never going back to P3D, so I've got planes that I would just give to people, like, here you go. Here's the plane, here's the key, have fun. I mean, simple as that.
That's why I'm kind of, like, I don't understand people's, people complain about the price, the entry to get into flights, like, the price to get into Flight Sim for us, like, is way cheaper than it ever was in P3D. And you got people in the audience forum complaining about it. So, I'd never pay for I'll use Eurofly because I'll never pay for the price you're paying.
Well, I mean,
exorbitant money. It's like
I've still got an amount of respect for those that stick with P3D because I mean it still does work. Someone tried to come on the other day and say, "Oh, P3D don't even exist." Blah 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 blah. I mean, it's still there.
Gold Star International Niner,
there,
Delta Whiskey.
But I think
Contact Salt Lake Center on 125.575.
It's still
switching
usable,
to Salt Lake
dude.
Center on 125.575.
Yeah, I know it's still usable,
Gold
but
Star
I'm saying
Niner Delta
about
Whiskey.
like the vast, the community is gone.
Yeah, but
Salt Lake Center,
if you
Gold
knew
Star Niner
how
Delta
many
Whiskey.
people still
Evening,
fly with
maintaining
it,
flight level
there's still a lot of
330.
people that fly with P3D, dude. There's a lot of people that still use it.
I know. There's still a lot of people. Yeah, there's people that can't run MSFS computer specs. Yeah, I know.
And
the issue with, I guess the issue with P3D is now, and this is really unfortunate, if you have P3D, like I have it installed from before, it's great. But the problem is, PMDG, they do not sell their aircraft, I don't think, anymore for P3D.
No.
They actually pulled them from the store because they said that not enough people were buying them, which is probably true.
Yeah,
so
probably
you can't buy
yeah.
the 747 or the 777 or any of them. So unless you already have them, if you've got them purchased, then that's fine.
But if you don't, you're out of luck.
Simmer,
yeah,
you can't go for P3D.
I mean, my opinion is if you're new and you're not already on P3D, I would say go to 2020. Now, if
it's so much cheaper, yeah.
Yeah, and for those that's still on P3D, fine, you've already got the program, you already got PMDG, fine, fly it. But new simmers, no, go to 2020, 100%. Go to 2020. I don't know why so many are still holding on to P3D, but they do. And I'm like,
I mean, unless you don't have a computer that can run 2020, then I guess maybe I don't know how you can get the PMDG though. That's the problem.
And you know, the other thing is, like, yeah, P3D, you can fly all kinds of different airplanes and yada yada yada, and I think that's what holds people to P3D. I really do. I think that's what's got them locked in. They're like, oh well, I can fly all these other ones. You can, but you're not going to get the experience like we're getting over here. Nowhere near it.
Yeah, so the only reason I have it is, well, two. One is the 7.4 because that's still on P3D, so you can fly the 747, which is a really nice plane.
Yeah, it is.
And two, the freeware. I mean, the freeware with Tramp, like, I would never recommend anyone to get into that, to be honest.
No.
The only reason I do it is because I know what I'm doing with it, because we had to use it for years.
We've used it so
we went
much.
through all the pain.
Yeah.
And we know what we're doing, and if you know what you're doing, you can fly like the freeware Airbus and stuff, and it sounds okay. You know, you can do it. And it sometimes I'll kind of have an itch, right? I want to fly an Airbus today. I'm going to do it, and then probably fly it once, and then say, yeah, okay, that's enough.
Yeah,
that wasn't very good.
And if there's an Xbox outage, you know, like if there's an Xbox outage like there was.
Don't start out and jump into don't jump into FS Tramp. God forbid, don't. If you don't know how to use it, like Declan said, we've all been through the the head bashing and the throat slicing, and you know, we've been through all that. But someone new, stay away from it, 100%.
Yeah, no point.
Because not only do we know how to fly with it, but we also know how to adjust some of the settings that make it better. And you're not going to know any of that, so
just save yourself some pain.
Go to 2020.
It's just painful.
It really is.
You got to babysit it big time, you know.
And you know, it's not one of them programs like TFM where you can contact support and be like, or contact someone that's got it and be like, hey, this is what's going on. You contact support with FS Tramp, and you're probably not even going to get you probably won't even get an email back, and there's a chance if you do, it's not going to be nice. It ain't going to be nice. Yeah, it ain't going to be nice. I don't know if I played a part in that by telling him all about himself at one time, but he just kind of needed to hear it.
I think we all did.
He kind of needed to hear about himself a little bit, because not nice to us, what do you call it, blindies. I must quote, us blindies.
Yeah, not a nice guy at all. Well, I think quite kind of funny. I think he had to make it freeware now. I think you can actually download it for free.
Well,
he had a problem with his commerce
a limited
thing.
time, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I hope he loses some purchases through that. So I guess karma does, come around eventually.
Oh, yeah. I'm a big believer in karma, you know. Big believer in karma.
Man, there you go. So
karma's always waiting around the corner. That's what I say about my ex that did all she did last year. She might not have gotten hers yet, but it's coming. Don't even got to do nothing, bro. It's just, I think it's the normal thing that happens in life. You learn your lessons. At least you can only hope so. That's where I'll leave that. Oh, God.
Alright, guys, well, I'm
Approaching top of the
I
set.
just kind of came to check in, but I'll show on the stream. I guess you don't have long for the descent, anyways, right?
No, we got 18 miles to go, so like 2
Gold
minutes,
Star
3
9 Delta
minutes.
Whiskey,
something like
Salt Lake Center. Contact Los Angeles Center on 127.35.
I'll watch the descent and approach.
All right, man. We'll talk to you,
Contacting
Josh.
Los Angeles Center on
Alright, see ya.
127.35. Gold Star, Niner Delta Whiskey.
Yeah, this say intention. It's pretty impressive. I was messing with the AI, like
Los
the
Angeles Center, Gold Star, Niner Delta Whiskey,
flight
evening,
attendant,
maintaining
and,
flight level 330.
the one that really will talk
Gold
the
Star 9
most
Delta Whiskey,
is
Los Angeles Center. Good evening.
her name's Lisa. And she's a flight.
Oh.
Yeah, dude. She'll, like the other ones. I tried to get other ones to do it, and they'd be like, "No, let's just stick to the flight." Because I'd be like, "So when are we going out?" And they'd be like, "Well, let's just talk about the flight, John." Well, Lisa, like, she even said like she was gonna marry me and all this. I was dying laughing, dude. It's just so much fun messing with it.
Oh, it had so much more life to the flight, just sat there. I tell you the one that I found hilarious was that Bilby McStone. He's like he's like hi or something, and he's like, hey man, oh it's alright man. He's like totally out of it,
Yeah. That's the one I think that said
Bilby.
that I think Bilby's the one that, what was it he said about marijuana one day, that's what he used to do was, I can't remember how he said it, like either growing it or smoking it. I can't remember which, but I'm like, wow, dude, I've got a pothead as a co-pilot.
Gold Star 9 Delta
Right.
Whiskey, Los
Bilby
Angeles Center.
McStone.
Descend via Blade 2 into Las Vegas.
It's amazing.
Descending via Blade 2 into Las Vegas. Gold Star, Niner Delta Whiskey.
Let's see what Jessica. Well, if I don't know how to, like, if you're not, that's a big question. What is TFM? Well, it's a program that I don't. How would you answer that, Declan? What is TFM?
It's basically a layer of accessibility between you and the simulator. So it allows the screen reader, whichever screen reader you're using, to interact with the plane and give you all the information you're going to need.
Yeah.
So your instruments, the FMC, the panels, that you wouldn't be able to get from the simulator.
Like without it, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. Not at all. Like,
please stow your tray table.
you know, I can look at my speed, I can look at my altitude, I can see that I've started descent.
Thank you for your cooperation.
You know, and we can do all kind of other stuff too. We can control the speed, control the altitude, control the heading. Like Declan said, it just gives us the accessibility to be able to do it. Because without it, then we would have to be able to click on the, you know, the different buttons and all that on the screen, and obviously we can't do that, and it's not accessible any other way. So basically TFM opened up the accessibility for 2020, and I say that all the time, because AI is not the accessibility for 2020. I don't think. Like when 2024 came out, they had AI. Well, now they don't. They took it away. AI would fly the airplane, but I don't think that's what makes it to be accessibility. Accessibility is when we can fly the airplane and access the things that we need to be able to access to fly it. Like, if I sit here and say, okay, Declan, I'm going to fly the, you know, what's the one free one in 2020, 748 or whatever it is. Okay, AI can fly that, but that's it. Like, all you're doing is starting out the flight, hitting AI, and then from there, you're doing nothing.
Yeah, you don't really learn anything. You could just hit the button and leave the PC and come back and we've landed. You know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You know, it's each to their own. If some people enjoy that, then fair enough. You know, but for me, that's not really simming. You know, you don't really learn anything by doing that.
Right. And I had said that to someone about a week ago when they said, well, 2020 is accessible out of the box. Okay, it is, but it's not. It is because, yeah, you can turn on the voiceover setting, whatever you want to call it, screen reader setting, voiceover setting, and we can navigate it and go in to set up our flight. That part of it accessible, yes. I mean, somewhat. Not 100%, but enough to where we can get in and set up a flight. But I think the accessibility comes with TFM, for example. Doing a flight right now using TFM, we would have never started off in Code and Dark any other way. You know, well, TFM and First Officer rather, but TFM for 99% of it allows us to do what we're doing, basically. So I wouldn't call 2020 accessible without having TFM or First Officer. Then what would it be? It would just, and like Declan, like you said, if people enjoy that way to fly, then okay, do it. I mean, if that's what you like, then by all means. Me, I don't have the patience for it to sit there and listen to it bitch about altitude because it's off by 1,000 feet. The whole flight, it'll bitch about the altitude because AI puts it like either 1,000 above or 1,000 below where the ATC wants it. So,
well, yeah, and it just doesn't do a very good job. I mean, if you listen to it, like the throttles are always going up and down, you know.
Yeah,
it's not a very good system.
And
you know?
it doesn't
fly very well.
It doesn't land the big planes that well either.
No.
They said they had fixed that, but no, they didn't. It's still. I went to do a flight about a month ago like that, and came in to land, and it didn't even land. It took off and went around and did it again. And I think I went through that twice before it finally landed. because it comes in
Yeah.
way too fast, and then it's like, oh, well, we can't land that fast. So
Yeah, it'll come in at like 250 knots, and then it'll try and it puts all the flaps out, and then chucks the gear out, and it's like you can't just expect the plane to slow down like that. That's crazy.
well, and that's what I was telling Peyton, because he has issues with landing, but the reason is
We know that. BVI Virtual knows that.
Yeah, you got to. You can't come up on your 10 miles out is not that far. And anybody thinks that 10 miles is far out from the airport. That's not far when you're going 250 freaking knots. You better slow down ahead of time, because you're not going to land, and if you do, it's not going to get submitted. Well,
Oh yeah.
I would hope not.
Well, it might do.
I would
It
hope
depends
not.
who's submitting it. No.
I always tell people, slow down ahead of time. The sim's not going to, it's not going to kick you out. Like, even if let's just say I just started my descent and I wanted to do 210 knots all the way in, okay, you can do that. You can go 210 knots. It's not going to get onto you for slowing down too soon. And to me, I would rather be slower and take longer than be too fast and have a bad landing. You know, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, and you can't catch the localizer if you're too fast. I mean, the ILS is like a beam, you know, it comes up from the ground. So you've got to be at the right angle to get it. And if you come steaming in there at 250 knots, you're just going to blast straight through it. There's no way you're going to get it.
Yeah, you're not going to catch it. Yeah. And that's the one thing that, like, I've had more than one person ask me that, why are they having trouble landing? And I'd ask them, how fast are you going when you get to the airport? And I've had more than one tell me, well, I'm only at 240 knots, 10 miles, 5 miles out. That is way too fast. That is way too fast. You better slow it down, 100%. I like to be, even at 10,000 feet, I try to get myself ready to be even at 230 knots or less, even when I get to 10,000. Like, I don't like coming in, at 280 knots or whatever. It just... But...
Yeah. I mean, when you're trying to get the localizer, you need to be really at about 180 knots. And then, 180, and then maybe like 5 miles out, just slow right down to your approach speed. But you don't really want to be much faster than 180 when you're trying to catch the localizer. So,
yeah,
I mean, you can be a little bit faster, if you need to be, but
yeah, I've always gave myself the rule that
slow down.
When I'm catching the localizer and stuff, I would have myself between 180 and 190 knots. Preferably at 180 if I can get it to stay down there. Sometimes it would try to speed up a little bit, but you're under 200 knots, you're under 190 knots even, you're going to have a good chance, like Declan said, of catching it. But if you're doing 210 knots or 230 knots, you could still get lucky, I guess, but the odds are going to be much slimmer. So you just got to think about that when you land, that you don't got to come in like a hero doing freaking...
Transition altitude.
Yeah, it ain't Top Gun.
No, and you're not going to land at 250 knots like you're in a fighter jet. Fighter jet, them things land going super fast, but you're not in a fighter jet. So... Like right now, I'm not even at 10,000 feet. I'm still at 17,000, and I'm already down to 235 knots. So...
Yeah, and a lot of the stars will have these restrictions on. They get you pretty slow,
I was going to say, I've not even controlled the speed, and Vegas has already got me at 230 knots. I'm like, what the hell? But
yeah, they slow you right down. Yeah.
It's definitely gotten a lot better. I remember when using FS Tramp, oh my God. Trying to come in at 10,000 feet at the right speed. Oh, You had to control your speed.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
Oh,
well, the problem with Tramp was it didn't seem to understand that you have to control the vertical descent rate to control the speed. You know, if you're descending at like 3,000 feet a minute, you can't slow down at the same time because you know, imagine it like you're going down a hill. You can't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to pitch the nose up, and then you can slow down. You know, but you can't just keep descending and.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Las Vegas approach on 119.775.
I think FS Tramp would have been a lot
Switching
better
to Las
if
Vegas approach on 119.775.
even if
Gold
that
Star
guy
9er
had,
Delta Whiskey.
you know, 4 or 5 people helping him. I think it could have been a much better program in the past. I definitely do believe that. But
Las Vegas approach, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, evening,
that's
descending
what you
past 16,000.
You know, when you got one person that does it, that's got a
Gold
very
Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Las Vegas approach. Good evening, Las Vegas altimeter
selfish
29.88. Expect the ILS runway 1 left approach into Las Vegas.
And I mean, I guess
No, you
people
know, it is
still
what it
use
is.
it
Altimeter
for visuals.
2988.
but,
Expecting ILS runway 1 left approach. Gold Star 9er
Yeah, it has
Delta
some
Whiskey.
nice maps on it that shows you where you're at, and people use it for that sometimes. But I mean, I can't imagine it's very popular.
I wouldn't think so.
anymore.
No, especially being most people's went over to 2020 and 2024. They're not using FS Tramp. They've got all the maps that they can need right there in 2020. Really, I mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, 2020 now even comes with charts, you know, I think.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Descend and maintain 7300. Turn right heading 245 vectors for the ILS runway 1 left approach.
You know.
Yeah.
You don't need.
Descend and maintain 7,300. Right heading 245 for the ILS runway 1 left approach. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
That's why I say,
Hey, you know, that's the market for you.
Yeah,
Like I said.
that's the way the market goes, and I've told people this over and over that you just like you said earlier, you got companies and either they got to be on their feet and ready to tackle whatever it takes to stay at the top, or they can sit down and think that they're the best and eventually be passed up and nobody even want to use it anymore. I mean, that's the reality of it.
Well, you know, that's pretty much what's happened to PMDG, I would say. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're still really, really good. But back in P3D days, they used to be, and I mean, they was
flawless.
They used to be the gold standard.
Yeah.
The gold standard, yeah. Now, I mean, they're
Gold Star
not the gold
International
standard.
9er Delta Whiskey.
There's a lot of
Contact Nellis
fly-by-wire,
approach on
probably the other one,
119.35.
Phoenix. There's several companies
Switching
that
to
have
Nellis
gone
approach
past
on
them, you know.
119.35.
I
Gold Star
remember-
9er Delta Whiskey.
I remember when I went from flying P3D, the
Nellis
PMDG.
approach, Gold Star 9er Delta
I
Whiskey,
started using
evening,
it in,
descending from
this is when I first started
1,2000 to
learning, what was
7,000.
it, GSX, that
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
me and you
Nellis
was
approach.
flying,
Good evening, Las Vegas.
wasn't we flying the PMDG version through GSX, or whatever that program's called?
Oh, FSX Pilot. Oh, probably.
Yeah, and even there, even in FSX Pilot, the version that it did pretty daggone good. I mean, they were flawless back then, absolutely flawless. But
yeah, I just think they haven't really evolved. You know, they haven't innovated as much as some of these other companies. So they kind of they're still up there, but they could, for the price you pay, they could do better. You know.
oh yeah, for sure. All right, guys, we're
10,000 feet.
slowly coming in. It's funny. It had me at a slower speed, and then I got close to 10,000. It started speeding up. I'm like, "What are you doing?" But again, because of, you know, TFM, we're able to control this stuff pretty damn good. Well, I guess, I don't know, the waypoint says I need to be at 240, so. Alright. But like I always said, I always had the mindset that I'd rather be going slower when coming in than going too fast. Because at least you got a much better chance of catching your ILS. Oh, you know what? I didn't even. Speaking of that.
Flaps 1. Flaps 1.
Okay, that looks good. I about forgot to set my runway so that I know when it's catching the ILS and stuff. I about forgot to set it.
Oh, that's...
We caught it though. We're good.
Ah, nice.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, so as an example, if you are watching Payton, I'm at 210 knots, and I'm just a little under 8,000 feet, and I'm already down to 210 knots. So, and that's not just my opinion, it's even on the leg page when I look at it, and it seems like they've gotten better with this. Like, the speeds have really, to me, improved. Like, it does pretty good by controlling the speeds itself, but I also control the speed. I'm not I'm not gonna lie, I still control my speeds if I think that it's too fast.
Approach mode on.
Okay.
Glide slope alive.
Approach mode. Flaps 5.
Flaps 5.
Since when did must have been a setting that I didn't know I had didn't have on before, but first officer just said approach mode, so evidently I must have it on where it turns it on itself, I guess, because it literally just said approach mode, even though I already had my approach on like before it said that. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Payton Herrick.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
I'm still here.
You know, it sounded like, I don't know if it actually turned it on or if it was like part of a checklist or something. It was just like approach mode.
Yeah, I'm like, and we're already on the localizer, but that's because I'm already.
Command be on.
Again, when you're at the right speed, I mean, I'm at 178 knots. So like Declan said, when you're going to them lower speeds, you're going to catch it, as long as you're going the right heading, that is. I mean, you could be going the wrong heading, I guess, and then you're not going to catch it. But no matter how slow you're going, but
yeah, I quite like LA and Vegas and a lot of the California airports. They line you up quite nicely.
Now, like right here, I don't know why it will do that sometimes. It just say airspeed low, airspeed low. Like, I'm not even going slow. I'm 170 knots. I don't know why it says that.
It's probably the flaps. It's put out some more flaps. Like it's probably. It depends how heavy you are, but it's just basically telling you like you're getting close to
Oh
stalling.
yeah, you're
like,
right.
You're not going to stall, but you're getting close.
Flaps 10.
So when it does that, you really just put out more flaps, and that will more likely fix that.
Yeah. So like go to, in this case, like 10 or 15. Probably 10 is fine, but yeah, and then
Gear down.
I'm a bit behind on the stream, but
Yeah, I'm doing
yeah, there you go.
169 knots now. The beep
Captain,
finally
prepare
went
for
away.
landing. Gear down. Flaps
Okay.
15.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Oh yeah. That's
Flaps
the gear.
25.
Wants to landing gear.
Flaps 30. Flaps 40. Flaps 30.
Oh, shut up. We're slowing down here. I think we're going to have a good landing, though. I do wish, and it might just be a bad habit of wanting when you really don't need it, but it would be nice to know when you for sure got that approach. But
Unstable.
I always get that unstable, too. I've never landed and it says stable. It always says unstable.
Oh yeah.
And another way to know, guys, if you're on approach and you got the ILS and you did catch it,
Approaching
is if
runway
it's going
2,
below the speed
6,
you got the
right.
altitude you got set, like remember I said mine was at 4,000? Well, I'm below 4,000, so evidently you've caught the ILS. So that's another way of knowing. Like,
a little trick to know if it's going to automatically land as well is when you hit 400 feet, you'll hear the trim wheel go. It'll go, you know, it
Minimums.
That's the aircraft back trimming ready for the flare. So if you hear that, then
like my autopilot went off.
you're good.
Oh, that was a hard landing.
Manual braking.
Something
Speed
kicked
break
off
up.
my autopilot
Reverse thrust.
at like
70 knots.
I was still at like 400, 500 feet,
Initiating after landing checks.
and my autopilot went off. I don't know what happened there. Like, usually if my autopilot doesn't mess up, I do fine. Like that time was a hard landing because my autopilot went off, and I don't know why. So I don't know what makes the autopilot kick off. I don't know if, is there a setting?
Yeah, either it lost the ILS or you don't have any assistance options on, do you? Like the I know you won't have the landing on, but like the assisted yoke or rudder or anything like that in the.
I don't think so. I don't.
Settings.
I probably should check because maybe that's what's doing it. Cause we was doing good, like descent was good until like 400 feet, and then my autopilot kicked off and it sped up, like my descent rate or whatever. So I don't know if I lost the ILS or I don't know what happened there. I'm gonna look and see here real quick.
Options menu. Page 1 of 1.
I don't know why.
General option.
It did
Press
that.
ESC to resume. Press space to load Press home to restart. General options.
Let's see if
Button. Controls options. Button 404. Assistance options.
Assistance options.
Assistance options screen.
I'm gonna go look real quick and see, cause
Aircraft system.
that's
failure
annoying,
and
dude. We was having a good
Custom.
descent too. I
Toggle
mean,
category
we
and
was on the
Selected.
ILS.
Aircraft systems. Failure and damage. Aircraft systems. Aircraft systems. Auto mixture.
Let's
Unlimited
see.
fuel. Aircraft lights. Hero drift.
Daggone.
Failure and damage. Hero drift. On. List with 2 values.
The gyro drift is on. Should that be off?
Enabled. The gyro will require mid-flight recalibration in certain aircraft.
I don't know why that's
yeah,
on.
probably. I don't think it
Press
would
F12 to
cause
reset to
that,
defaults.
no, but
Press
it
equal
probably
sign
should be
slash
off anyway.
Yeah, I'll turn that off.
Failure
I don't
and
know.
damage.
Okay, let's see.
Custom. Failure and damage. Crash damage. Aircraft
That
stress damage.
stuff's
Engine stress
good.
damage. Aircraft stress damage. Disabled. Engine stress damage. Disabled. Icing effect. Visual only.
Okay, icing
Navigation
effect is
aid.
visual only. We're good there.
Navigation aid. Route and waypoints. Taxi ribbon.
Let's see, where is
Landing
it?
pad. Notification. Piloting. Notification. Piloting and
Yeah,
control of
because it
aircraft
does it.
system. Off.
Like,
List with 2 values.
if I said 5
Just whether you
flights,
want
out of
on-screen
5
notifications
flights,
about
it would
aircraft
probably
systems
be
during pre-flight
3 or
supported
4 of
activities.
my flights. My
Note that some
autopilot
activities will
gets
restrict the number of supported assistance
kicked
features
off.
to ensure flying tips.
So I don't.
Off. Objectives. Software tips. Off. Piloting. Hard.
Let's see, piloting. I think it's under that.
Auto rudder. Off. Assisted yoke. Auto rudder. Off.
Yeah,
Auto
I
rudder's
mean,
off.
you'll know if you're fully connected to the ILS because TFM will. So you know how TFM will read the readings. When if TFM stops,
It'll stop reading it.
If
it stops, that means you've captured it. Because in the 7.3, as soon as you catch it,
okay, then yeah, we definitely caught it because he had. Because I'm trying to remember back. Yeah, I think he did stop, but.
Assisted checklist.
Let's see.
Assisted yoke.
Assisted yoke.
List with 2 assisted yoke. Off.
Okay, the
List with 2
yoke is off.
checklist. Assisted landing. Off.
Landing is off.
Assisted takeoff. Off.
Takeoff is off. So I got
Radio
all them off.
AI anti-stall protection. Off. AI auto trim.
Okay. Yeah, that's how that should be. So yeah.
So I don't know why it.
List with 2 values. Adjust whether you want
Well,
the
that's
autopilot
like
automatic communication. AI anti-stall
the other
protection.
weird thing that
Radio
happens
communications.
sometimes on
ATC.
takeoff
Off. Options menu. Page
is
1 of 1.
if it's
Currently
windy,
highlighted. Assistance options. Button
there's
3 of 4.
times when it will set my fire alarm off, and I've got to go in and shut it off. I don't know if you ever had to do that or not, but well,
Yeah, it's with the brakes. It's if the brakes get overheated. Or
yeah,
get
because
hot.
I was just thinking about that. It gives you a light on your wheel well that'll be on too when it does that. So yeah, you're probably right. The
Yeah.
brakes. Yep. But I don't know what else would make it kick off my autopilot. I don't understand that. Like, I don't know. No, I'm not going to do that flight over. It wasn't that bad. It was a harder landing, but it wasn't a plane crash. So we're not doing it over. That was a 2-hour flight. I mean, it definitely would put a little wear and tear on the plane, considering it was like a negative 846. But I don't think it would be enough to break the plane in half. Definitely not a good landing. That's not a good landing to me. Anything over negative 500 is not good to me. Even if it means you didn't crash. Even though I didn't crash, that's still not a good landing to me. Not at all. Not by no means. Because I'm used to like negative 120, like the negative 200s and below is what I'm used to.
Yeah, if it automatically lands properly, then that's what it should be.
Yeah. But the
Except for
autopilot
perfect
thing,
landing.
I don't know what else would... Because like in the settings for... Oh, what's it called? It's set to... something op under landing. Under that first... What is it called? I'll have to go look. Under the PMDG settings, if you go under your simulator settings, there's one called something
fail.
Passive or fail and mine's set to. Mine's got the fail/op, I think, is what The last part of it is
Yeah.
op though, and I think that's what we have it on anyways. So I don't think it's that. Maybe it kicked me. I don't know. Maybe like you said, maybe it kicked off somehow I lost it, but losing it at the very end just don't seem.
Yeah, it's strange.
I don't know. It's weird. It's one of them that I hate when I have stuff like that, when I try to go back through and look at everything and it's like, dude, everything's right, everything's set right, but then it still acts stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you know, it happens when you rely on the automatics.
Yeah, it's definitely something that can happen for sure. It'd be nice though. I'd be glad to see TFM when it releases the first release for the 777. That's going to be man, there could be a lot of people flying that day.
Yeah, hopefully people will be excited. I mean, that's what we wanted. With the, you know, like you said, the 7.3 wouldn't really have the same excitement because, you know, people can already fly it. So
yeah, if you're already, I mean,
the 777 is going to be excitement.
We're already flying the 737, so a release comes out tomorrow, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's cool. It's good that they did that.
Nice,
that's exciting,
but
but yeah, yeah. You're still going to be used to flying the 737. Nobody's going to be used to flying the 777 with TFM where it's fully went through, and because really there's not much TFM's doing for 777 on the free side. Like, you can fly it, but there's not a lot at all that you can really manage. You got to rely on first officer, and God knows that's not always so good either. So
yeah, no, 100%. It's try at your own risk, really, with the free TFM and the 777. We can't really help you if it doesn't go to plan.
Yeah, exactly. Alright guys, so for you guys on the stream here, I'm going to end it for now. We might jump back into a flight here later. If so, you guys will know about it, obviously. Appreciate you guys watching. Be sure to follow if you're not already following. And subscribe if you're not subscribed. Until next time, we will talk to you guys